Mic check. 1 1 1 1 2 3. Mic check. Okay, thank you.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. And I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Jealousy turning snakes into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I missed the bright side. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. 'Cause I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Jealousy turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I missed the bright side.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world, I'm turning inside out. Yeah, I'm floating around.
I'd like to welcome back all the delegates, the sponsors, the speakers for our second day of the 7th annual Future Food Series 2025. If you missed day one, I'm going to give you a quick recap on the key themes that we heard from some of the international experts that joined us yesterday on day one. We explored topics that are very close to the industry, whether you're an expert or a business or a government entity. We discussed leveraging SEPA, we discussed SME growth opportunities, artificial intelligence, tech, startups, entrepreneurs. The star of the show, may I say, was not one individual, it was the collaborative effort that keeps on growing the UAE food cluster, where the government has reinforced its ambition to grow the F&B sector's GDP contribution from 30 billion to 40 billion dirham by 2028, thus expanding the trade from 25 to 40 billion dirham also by 2028 and adding 20,000 new jobs. If you're looking for growth, you're in the right sector, that's for sure. Reinforcing also, we saw yesterday on day one, 2 flagship initiatives that also took place under the UAE food cluster. First was the Knowledge Hub, designed to link the academic sector, the research, and the industry experts. And the second initiative we saw was the Global Buyers Program, also growing to facilitate international market access for UAE producers, many of which are here with us in the crowd. Lovely to see you again. Don't take my word for it. We put together a visual video recap of yesterday. Let's take a look and see what you missed.
To the 7th edition of the Future Food Forum. This forum holds a very special significance because it's co-hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Tourism, which showcases the UAE's government firm commitment to advancing our food cluster and strengthening all its dimensions.
As we can see, this is definitely the growth of collaborative efforts, compounded efforts, year after year between both public and private sector that shows us the results we are seeing today. We continue today with deep diving into the topics that you care about the most, bringing you experts from all over the world, starting with today's first presentation that will focus on the global food system, which is increasingly now being affected by regulation, shifting demographics, and the tension between profit and purpose. We're now fortunate to have with us one of the foremost experts in navigating these complexities. From leading the food department at San Telimo Business School, a unit with over 40 years of experience in training food sector entities and executives, to advising across continents on how food businesses can adapt to digital disruption, environmental constraints, and evolving consumer values. Please welcome Professor and Head of the Food Business Department at Santelimo Business School, Professor Jose Antonio Boccherini Bogart. Morning.
Good morning. Am I on air? Yes, can you listen to me? Yes. Well, I think I have like 20 minutes.
Yes, your timer is right
not-
there.
Okay, I have the time there. Okay. Okay, good morning to all of you. The first thing I wanted to thank also the organization for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here in Dubai and to see what you're doing and how you are fostering the food business with the... Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to very briefly highlight some relevant topics that, in our opinion, are shaping. We have activity, we have an active presence in Latin America. We observe the business in Latin America, in Europe, in Africa as well. And we are seeing that some of these topics are worrying to all the companies throughout the world. Okay? What's going on? The first one is private labels and the emergence of low-cost retail. Sustainability, this is something which all the companies are worried about, and many of the governments. The demographic challenge, and I'll give you an idea why is this important. I'll give you also some highlights about the future, the new foodstuffs and alternative proteins, and whether that's going to have to do something with disruption. Okay. First thing, private labels. Okay, this is a phenomenon which is growing throughout the world. You can see in different colors, and you see the green color is Europe. This graph tells us that this private labels phenomenon is a phenomenon from European origin. Okay, these are retailers who decide to develop their own products, their own labels, instead of selling or in complement to selling also manufacturers' brands. Okay, we have in this chart, we have the United Arab Emirates. I don't know if you see it. It's way down to the end. So this is a very small phenomenon here in this country, okay? But if you go to other countries like Switzerland or United Kingdom or Spain, it's more than 50%. This is very relevant. What does it mean? It means that more than 50% of all the food products that are sold in Spain are sold under retailer brands. The relevant thing about this is that being a phenomenon of European origin, it's growing throughout the world. The second continent where it is growing very quickly is America and Latin America. And it will probably come to other parts of the world, okay? This changes very importantly the rule of the game. Imagine food manufacturing in Spain or in the United Kingdom. He notes that 50% of the market is dominated by retailer brands. What can he do in order to be successful, to sell, and to be successful with their innovations? Okay, this is complicated. Here we have a summary of the averages per continent or by big geographic area. So if you are losing positions because retailer brands with cheaper products are conquering the market, then you have to innovate, okay? And this is one of the ideas. Have you ever heard of the square watermelon? What do you think about this innovation? You know, our sessions are always very participative, so I'm always willing to bring you on board and making questions and so on. So what do you think about this innovation? Is it a good innovation? Is there any logistics guy in the room? Logistics people, oh, they love this innovation. Eh? They love it. I mean, you can imagine how does this innovation reduce logistics cost and the cost of watermelons? You know, the problem with this is that consumers don't like it because they think it's transgenic. So at the end, you have to ask yourself, what is the value that this innovation is bringing to consumers and to customers, okay? It's not easy. So you have to innovate with consumer priorities in mind. And here you have some of them. Trust, convenience, prices, this is important, ethics, environment, exclusivity, affinity, pleasure, fun, health, nutrition, well-being. Okay, this is all very nice. You have to innovate. In mature markets, you have to innovate to generate value. But the important question is for which of these things are consumers willing to pay more? And this is not easy to answer. Are they willing to pay more for trust? Depending on the market. If all the companies offer the same trust level, then consumers are not willing to pay more because it's not differential. Are they willing to pay more for health, nutrition, and well-being? Probably yes. Are they willing to pay more for convenience? Are they willing to pay more for ethics and sustainability? Well, we'll come back to that later. So, on top of the private labels, there is another phenomenon which is growing worldwide, which are hard discount retailers. Hard discount retailers model, they are based on 4 key pillars. The one is reduced assortment. The second is they push private labels. The third one is operating efficiency, and the fourth one is austere shops. So if you are a food manufacturer in Europe, let's say, okay, and your market is being conquered by private labels, retailers' private labels, and retailers are reducing assortment, what is the probability that you will be successful with an innovation? It's becoming very difficult in Europe. So you have to be very sharp in the way you compete, okay? The implications of this is dilution of the brand value. Markets do not pay for inefficiencies. So if you are willing to compete and you are placing, you have a high brand value and you charge high prices in the market and so on, how much of those prices are supporting your inefficiencies? You have to reduce your inefficiencies because otherwise the market, in mature markets, will pull you out, like Europe, like Latin America and other markets. And because of reduction of retail shelf space and difficulty in positioning innovations. Okay, so then in this world where price competition is becoming, in many markets, is becoming very important, you have to choose how you want to compete. You have to be a leader, but you have to choose. You want to be a leader in perceived value, where you focus on consumers by creating differential and relevant value and innovating on products and concepts, or you want to be a leader in cost. Those are two generic ways to compete, but it's very difficult to be both at the same time. So if you want to be a cost leader, then you can be very profitable by manufacturing, for instance, for retailers, for retailer private labels. But then your focus of innovation is more on processes, and you have to be excellent in flexibility, efficiency, cost, and service. And here you have some examples of companies who chose to compete in this way. The important message about this is that you have to choose which is the ADN of your company, and which are your skills, and how you are going, which is the type of value you're going to bring to the market. This is the important thing, okay? Second, the sustainability wave. You probably heard very much, and the champion of this around the world is Europe. Okay, Europe launched in 2019 the Farm to Fork and the Green Strategy and the Green Deal, and they were very exigent by placing very high commitments and standards. For instance, they say by 2030, Europe has to reduce the use of pesticides by 50% in agriculture. Or we have to reduce the use of antimicrobials or by 50%. And also nutrient losses, which results in a reduction of fertilizers in 20%. And 25% of the European area should be organic farming, okay? This is very exigent. By 2030, we are 5 years ahead. So, how is Europe trying to make this? One of the side effects, one of the main effects is the absolutely mad increase in hyper-regulation. So we see, for instance, this is a chart of a case I wrote last year about one of the biggest food companies in Spain, the biggest food company in Spain, which is Valcompans, and they gather, in the last 5 years, there are more than 600 specific regulations for the pork sector in Europe, in Spain. If you add to that all the specific regulations that this company has to meet, which are related in general to consumer goods, to plastics, to the food sector in general, this company, they say, well, we are having an increasing burden in just opening the door every morning and making sure that we are not failing in some regulation throughout Europe. Okay, this is becoming quite complex. Now, you see, in Europe is starting to think about this, and there is a new initiative called the Omnibus Initiative, by which they think perhaps we've gone too far and we have to simplify, because otherwise we might be the most sustainable region in the world, but our food companies will disappear because they will stop being competitive throughout the world. Okay, so they are thinking about let's see how it goes. So what about consumers? Okay, we have to be sustainable. This is very important, and so on. And then there was this survey launched 3 years ago, and they surveyed 35,000 people in Europe. Okay, and they asked consumers, "What do you think about sustainability?" And this is very interesting, because they say, well, you see, for 6 out of 10 European consumers, sustainability is not the responsibility. It depends on the company. So it's you who have to be sustainable, not me. For 60% of consumers, business must make commercial sacrifices to put an end to racism, xenophobia, and other hate forms. It's you, companies, who have to do it, not me, consumer. It's you. Consumers are willing to punish non-sustainable brands. 42 of them stopped buying certain products due to their high environmental impact. 42%. But at the same time, 1 of every 2 consumers want to be more sustainable, but their daily priorities are more important. And at the end, for 82% of European consumers, their priority when they buy is to save money more than saving the planet. This is what consumers think. When they, in the moment of truth from consumers is when they go to the shop, they go to the shelf, and they pick up and they choose the product. That's the moment of truth with consumers. And in this moment, they are not willing to pay more for sustainability. So it's probably a must, something that you have to do, but don't think that consumers are willing to pay more for that. This is important to know. So the third very important thing that is happening is the demographic challenge. What's the story about? Well, these are recent news about 1 or 2 years ago. Climate envoy from the US, John Kerry, said, and he has, and this is an old story. You've probably heard that, okay? The story says, guys, we are going to be 10,000 millions by 50. And the planet will not be able to sustain this. The planet is finished, and 10,000 million people by 2050 is unsustainable. You've heard this story, right? Okay, is this true? Well, let's look at the data. First piece of data, you know, in China is already decreasing the population. In the last 3 years, population in China has decreased by 4.2 million people, which is 50% of the Swiss population, by the way. And it's 40% of the United Arab Emirates population as well. So what's happening? Will we reach the 1,000 million by 2050? Okay, let's first fact, world fertility rates are falling. Fertility rates are the average number of children per woman. Okay? If we want the world to remain flat in the population, we have to meet the world fertility rate has to be at least the replacement fertility rate, which is 2.25. It's not 2 kids per woman because there's some infant mortality and so on, but it's 2.25, okay? So what's happening in the world? Well, first thing is the United Nations, they made a projection in 2017 and say, okay, by 2100, there will be 11.200 million people in the world. And in 2022, they corrected this. 10,000 million and 10,400 million people by 2080. So less people, the peak will be smaller, and it will be sooner, okay? And probably they will correct it again very soon, okay? Because what's happening? First piece of data, 66% of the world's population already live in countries with a fertility rate below 2.1. 25% of the world's population live in countries where the population is already declining. Only 4% of the world population, all in Africa, live in a country with fertility rate above 5. The percentage of population over 65 years old will increase from 10% to 20% in 2050. Those over 65 consume at least 10 or 15% less calories. Population peak will most probably happen sooner and be lower than projected by the UN. So how do we see the world map? The world map, we see it like this. Red is the countries in the world with a fertility rate below 2.1, which are starting to decline their population. And green are the countries in the world with a fertility rate above 2.1. This is mainly all Africa. Population will grow in Africa and will decline in the rest of the world. And on average, it will continue growing probably until 2040, 2050, and will peak not at 10 million people, will probably peak at 8,000, 9,000 million. And from then, it will start declining. And some of the scenarios, they say, no, the problem is we might be only 4,000 million people in the world by 2100, by the start of the 22nd century. It's important to know this. Why is all this important that I talked to you about? All this is important. First, retailers, private labels, and hard discount formats. If you want to compete worldwide, or if you are looking into the future and you think that retailers, private labels, and low-cost formats are going to develop in your country, you have to be aware that shelf space will be reduced. Shelf space is the room where you position your products. If there is less room to position your products, you are going to have difficulties in competing. You have to become more efficient, and you have to rethink your way you compete because the brand value will be diluted. Second, sustainability and hyper-regulation. First, it's not optional. You have to do it. You have to do it because otherwise you will not be able to compete. You have to fulfill with regulations. If you want to sell in Europe, you have to be sustainable. But this is not going to give you an additional value. It will give you additional cost, not additional value because consumers are not willing to pay for that. Okay, so you have to think how you do it, okay? And at the end, all this is praising an imperative for efficiency, for size, for economies of scale, to be able to compete. And then demography, why is this important? First, we are probably going to a world with an aging population, and older consumers, they have different needs and they consume less. Second, we might probably have in the world in the future difficulties in recruiting labor. Okay? Young people will be reducing. There will be long-term consequences for economic growth, migrations, pension plans. Who is going to pay the pensions in the future? For food demands. And one of the questions is if in the world all the experts, so-called experts, are saying the problem we have is population is growing, will be growing, the world is unsustainable, and the reality is the opposite, are we pursuing the right objectives? Or are we totally wrong in what we are trying to do? And finally, how do you do business in a world with a declining population? We've always lived in a world with a growing population. How will a world with a declining population be? And I think I've run out of time. You know, the problem is I normally speak longer about this, but I will then skip this part because I just ran out of time. I'm sorry. And I'll have a final comment about I have a board there saying time is up with an exclamation sign, so a final comment, okay? Some piece of data about sustainability and the food chain and so on, which can help us think, okay? First, in 1944 in the USA, there were 25.6 million milk cows, which produced 53,000 million kilograms of milk. In 2007, just before all this sustainability wave started throughout the world, there were 9.2 million milk cows in the US, which produced 84,200 million liters of milk. Now we make some very simple calculation, and we find that per kilogram of milk, relative to 1944, every kilogram of milk is produced with 21% of the animals, 23% of the feed, 35% of the water, 10% of the land, 24% of the manure, 43% of the methane, 56% of the CO2, and 37% of the carbon footprint. What does this figure tell us? Yes, sustainability is important, but the food chain in the world has always been doing that. We have always been working very keen on promoting sustainability. The difference is in the past, we called it business efficiency, not sustainability. And now we call it sustainability. Okay, it's probably the same picture. Okay, so thank you very much. I don't know if you have time for questions or whatever. Probably not, but you have my email address there. If you want to continue discussing, you can just drop me an email. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very kind of you. I know there's a lot to say, and a lot of the guests actually asked me about you. And I said, good luck, you can find him in the front row. So guests will be coming to you for questions, I guarantee you that. Thank you very much for this insight. A lot of insights are coming your way as well, and we're going to take you a little bit more on the challenges that you, as yourselves, as businesses, are facing. I hate to say it, we all know it, I hate to say it. We live in very volatile, turbulent times. If you're a business in this sector, you know very well, more than me, you're facing unprecedented risks, from shifting global supply chains to geopolitical tensions to fluctuating financial markets. I see some of you shake your heads at me, and I know, I know we hear this a lot from businesses. Now, what are the businesses or organizations that manage to thrive under such turbulent times? Those are the ones that manage to turn uncertainty into opportunity. It sounds simple, it is not. Building resilience is something we're all seeking, and how you can allow your organization not just to survive, but to grow stronger through disruption. Now, this next session is for you if this is where you find yourself at the moment. We're going to dive into how companies can navigate these challenges and transform risk into a strategic advantage. For this presentation, please welcome CEO and Country Manager for Sub-Region GCC and Egypt at COFAS, Mohammed Juma.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Good morning. Thank you, first of all, to the Ministry of Economy and Tourism and the F&B Business Group for inviting me and my team to this great event. My name is Mohammed Juma. I'm the CEO of COFAS in the GCC region. We're not in the food business, so we're not a household name in this industry. We do, however, support billions of transactions in the food business. We're in trade credit insurance and the business of providing credit data to businesses around the world. One of the things, or one of the activities that we do as a trade credit insurance business, is that we monitor the risk and we grade risk on sectors around the world. We namely monitor particularly 13 sectors that constitute the majority of the global GDP in the world, and the food sector in particular is one that we keep a very close eye on for a number of reasons. Obviously, food sits at an intersection between global trade, demographic changes, climate change. These are all risks that we're very sensitive to and we need to keep an eye on. It is the most sensitive and globalized trade in the world. Trade tensions impact what we eat, and unfortunately, it's used as a tool in global trade, wars and global tensions and political policy. Demographic changes that Professor Jose alluded to are obviously also risks that impact our decision-making and the risk that we cover around the world. Above all of this, food is not just a commodity, it's a priority. Food security is something that governments invest a lot of money and policy into, and that could have social and political repercussions that impact our decision-making as well. So all that to say, food for us is a barometer that gives us a real-time check into how well we're doing in terms of global system. Is this what I'm supposed to be using? So while we know that GCC, in terms of economic activity and economic trends, is doing extremely well, we do, as COFAS, expect the GCC to land at somewhere between 3.8 and 4% in GDP growth. The UAE even at 4.4 to 4.9%. Unfortunately, the rest of the world is not in general doing as well. There are geopolitical tensions. The world, unfortunately, today is divided, and trade policies are shifting constantly, which poses challenges on businesses, particularly in the food sector. The rest of the world, in general, and most advanced economies are experiencing economic challenges, from sluggish growth to inflationary pressure that we're still trying to battle with, despite all the efforts that central banks are putting in place so that we have a soft landing. We do expect some challenges in that area. Debt refinancing is something we pay close attention to. In 2025, we do expect a lot of businesses to be renewing their financing agreements and lending agreements. And that means financial institutions are going to look at these lending agreements with a fresh perspective. More covenants, more collaterals, and that's more financial pressure on businesses around the world. Systemic challenges obviously is something that we keep an eye on as well, and Dr. Hussein alluded to some of those. Climate change is one of them, and then demographic challenges are also impacting this trade, namely the changing behavior or the changing demands more food and better quality food in emerging and developing countries, and a shrinking workforce that support global trade around the world and in more developed countries. So all that to say, I think it's more than important today for businesses to be vigilant, be on top of the risks, and monitoring what risks are they exposed to in their supply chain. I'm struggling with this. We're not going to spend a lot of time here, but this is just to show the significant change in trends that we're seeing in terms of global GDP, in terms of GDP growth in the GCC region on the left-hand side compared to the advanced economies on the right-hand side. Obviously, these are opposite trends. We see almost across the board growth in GCC versus economies that really impact us on the supplier side and on the buyer side, the rest of the world, where we see the exact opposite negative trend, unfortunately. So the core of my speech today is a risk that unfortunately is commonly overlooked, which is credit risk. We quite frequently talk about operational risks in the supply chain. We talk about financial risks in the supply chain. Credit risk is one that's, in general, overestimated by businesses. Being in the TCI, or the trade credit insurance business, and the credit information business, we do have access to unique data and unique information on how companies are behaving when it comes to honoring their payment commitments, their financial commitments. And what we can say with a lot of confidence is what you see on the right-hand side of the chart, is that 80% of advanced economies around the world are reporting a significant increase in bankruptcies and insolvencies. So that is a risk, unfortunately, that is not very transparent unless you're in that environment, but is in the supply chain, and a risk that's inherited whether on the supply or buyer side of the transaction. Some of the blind spots that we see businesses don't consider when it comes to credit risk that we need to keep in mind. One that is really a priority above anything else is the transparency. Unfortunately, despite a lot of efforts and investments paid by governments and institutions around the world, there is still a problem with transparency in the supply chain. That means there's very little that we know about the financial health of our suppliers, very little that we know about the financial health of our buyers in most economies where this information is not available publicly. Payment behavior as well. There's a risk that's commonly also not looked at, is how much am I exposed to business groups in aggregate. We don't see the linkage between companies anymore in a world that's very interlinked. So when I'm exposed, I'm not sure how concentrated my exposure is as on the supply side or on the buyer side, because I don't have the visibility on how linked these companies are globally. Finally, compliance, which is a very important topic today. Unfortunately, what we see is that despite how much effort and investment goes into making our house here in order and your company is in order, if your buyers and your suppliers are not on the same page, that is a risk that unfortunately you're inheriting. So all that to say, it is a world where there's a lot of uncertainty, and in a world where there's a lot of uncertainty, it's difficult to forecast. And when we cannot forecast, we always say it's best to be quick and be agile and be light. And that means you need information, you need data. So my message here is emphasizing the importance of data, which is also underestimated so far still in some industries. Data is not just about acquiring data. So today, there's a lot of talks about data and the availability of data on information around the world. It's a big part of decision making. Companies need to pay a lot more effort in finding timely, accurate data on their supply chain, making sure that this data is part of their informed decision-making, and put governance around how this data is acquired, how it's treated, how it's stored. Data security measures, compliance are big topics as well. Accessibility of data and where you get your information from is a big topic. What we're trying to highlight today here is there is a world that is changing where data is becoming scarce. There's a shift in behavior in how data is acquired and how data is measured, and there are ways to work around that and find a way to measure risk. This is just to illustrate the complexity of credit decision-making in a world that we live today, and particularly when it comes to credit risk in the supply chain. What you see here, without going into details, is what goes into taking one single decision on a buyer or a supplier in our environment, in COFAS. So that includes proprietary information, includes contribution from clients, include information that is available to us publicly or through governments to take one decision to qualify one buyer or supplier for a credit limit on our policy. Obviously through extensive and a large magnitude of integration technology that supports that. We're proud at COFAS that we've established an architecture of data that supports 18,000 decisions per day on companies around the world, whether suppliers or buyers in the food business. We're supporting 700 billion of trade around the world and have data on 220 million companies around the world. I will close with this. Again, we're in a very uncertain economy. There are a lot of shifting policies, a lot of shifting factors that are impacting trade around the world. And as I said earlier, if there's difficulty in forecasting, it's important to be agile, and data is one way to build on that. Thank you. I hope that you found what I shared with you helpful, and wish that you enjoy the rest of your program.
Thank you very much. I think one of the takeaway that you have just mentioned regarding data really caught my attention when you said data is scarce in some parts of the sector, while others complain of an inundation of data. For sure, data is one of the largest assets that you're dealing with as businesses. A deep look now into a continent that's often seen as quite rich and abundant in natural resources, be it water or land. It's seen as containing one of the world's youngest population, eager to produce. Yet today, Africa exports nearly 70% of its food products. If we compare that to the GCC, a region that's mobilizing extraordinary capital with strong consumer markets and growth, GCC now still depends heavily on imports to feed its growing population. So you see how we can collaborate into these two regions and look into ingredients for a powerful solution to defining the challenges of our time. One of the biggest challenges is food security. To help us explore how land, water, and capital can be digitally linked to create a responsible and sustainable Africa GCC food security corridor, we'd like to welcome our second international speaker of the day, who's the CEO of Manobi Africa, who will be sharing insights on two regions' shared food security challenges, digitally linking land, water, and capital between the GCC and Africa. Please welcome Daniel Anerose.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here and try to dive into this issue of food security, which is not a problem of Africa only. So we discussed that all the day during these 2 days. And it's an issue that food security is also an issue in GCC countries. as it is in Africa. Let me just talk about Explorer model, which can truly change the situation that we are facing today. And before that, I would like to introduce the point in few words. How can I use this? Okay. Okay, all right. So, two regions, but the same food security issue, basically. So, Africa is importing almost $110 billion of food annually, and GCC, $50 billion of food. Two regions, two different contexts, but the same issue. Each region have their own strengths, their own weaknesses, but the situation is always the same. Let's consider the case of one crop which is consumed on both sides, rice. If about sub-Saharan Africa, the import bill is $19 million. Senegal, which is one of the country which I'm coming from, its import bills is $0.7 billion annually. So, and if you look at GCC, it's $3.3 billion annually. Let's return a little bit to Africa to understand why a country like Senegal or a country like Africa, which are the land, the water resources, the farmers, they can produce by themselves, but they continue to import. And as mentioned previously by the precedent speaker, the problem is financing. Look at this number. Only 4% of the total credit allocated by bank in the economy in sub-Saharan Africa goes to the agricultural sector. It's a vital sector, agriculture, a sector that feeds hundreds of millions of people, yet it remains virtually invisible for these banks. So why do we have such a huge gap? Where does this blockage to finance agriculture come from? To understand that, we need to go back to the basics of how banks perceive the risk. Until now, the logic is very simple. The bank focuses on the person, not on the project. The bank will scrutinize the farmer's credit history or the small and medium enterprise credit history, the personal guarantees, the possession, but the potential of their land, the potential of the segment of the value chain, the potential of the entire value chain, the potential of the harvest is completely overlooked. It's like judging an agricultural project based on the personal finance or based on the personal capacity of a small and medium enterprise. It's like using the wrong tool. It's like using the wrong criteria. And that's where everything has to change. This is where a paradigm shift can occur. The key moment in the analysis is introduction of a new model, which we call accelerants, which aim to completely overhaul everything. And that's the heart of the revolution. It's simple, but it changed everything. We no longer ask if the farmer or the small and medium enterprise can repay the loan. Instead, the question becomes whether the agricultural project can succeed. We shift from individual to the project potentials. And that's where it gets amazing. The accelerant system doesn't deny the risk, it transforms it. Individual credit risk, which is highly volatile and unpredictable, becomes an operational risk. A concrete risk that can be measured, that can be analyzed, and most importantly, that can be managed. Okay, this is a great idea on paper, but how does it work? How do we actually do it? Well, the model is sorry, I should that. The model is built on 3 pillars, and they are truly solid. Imagine it as a well-oiled mechanism. There are 3 main gears that run in perfect harmony. First of all, ultra-precise knowledge of the terrain through mapping, precision mapping. Second pillar, the coordination of everyone from the field to the buyer. And finally, time human monitoring on the ground, on the field, which is the third pillar. The first pillar rely on the technologies that we know, satellite imagery, weather data, soil sensors, soil sensors, artificial intelligence, EO combined with EO to produce the deep analysis of the sector, and historical data to get a complete understanding and knowledge of the ecosystem, of the actors, of their assets. The second pillar is a coordinated value chain, which connect every actor into the chain, from the farmer to the input supplier, to the seed supplier, to the insurance company, to the bank, to the logistic, to the control, to the audit. Everyone is engaged in the project, and everyone is coordinated through a digitally driven platform. The third one is a network of agents on the ground. There is no business which is running, even we are using technology, we need human presence on the ground. We do not call it digital agriculture, we call it phygital agriculture. The physical presence is important. We have a network of agents on the ground, augmented by technology, in charge to support the farmers, to assist the farmers, to assist the small and medium enterprises to control. Combined with a network of IoT sensors, we can manage the entire value chain from production to the table of the consumer. This system is not only to control and to orchestrate the chain and to de-risk the chain. It goes beyond finance. We are talking about shifting for believing and going to science, analysis, knowledge of the value chain. We are talking about transparency, traceability. We are talking about compliance, ethics and responsibility, creating environmental value and social value. When it's about Africa, it's about creating value in rural areas, but not only rural areas, also creating value for the consumer in the countries like the GCC. So what is the opportunity for Africa and GCC? We can fill the gap. We have our weaknesses, we have our strengths, using that kind of system where we are connected. From here in Dubai, be able to know that my product is planted, my product is packaged, my product is on the boat, my product is on its way to my store. We can link these two continents. We can link these two regions, and we can finance the agricultural sector across the world, and particularly through Africa, with this system. This is why we decided to work with our partners here and just say hello to Saleh Lota, who invited me to come here. We do think that we can set up a corridor based on trust, on respect, on time, between Africa and the GCC. This is my call to action. This is what I would like to come and discuss with you. I can tell you that we have decided to set up the command center of this corridor in the GCC. That's it. I leave it to you for any question or any additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You got us into a very crucial topic of funding. Access to market and financing remain some of the biggest headlines and challenges facing your industry. Along with it comes also the digital business, which we're going now to tackle with our next speaker, and how digital business banking can empower F&B and agriculture business. We're talking about financial solutions that make a difference between growth and stagnation. Many of you may have experienced some digital solutions in banking, and you know it's not just about convenience, it's also about empowering your business. Guiding us now through this topic and how it can transform the industries, we're going to hear from the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer at mBank, who will share insights on how you can empower agriculture and business via digital business finance solutions. Please welcome Yasser Qureshi.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here. There's been a lot of interesting topics discussed this morning, and hopefully this presentation will complete the cycle. So finance is one of the key core aspects that is required to help complete the whole infrastructure. So presentation here today is more about building an infrastructure, not a product, completing an ecosystem that enables a smooth and transparent audit trail on everything that we do. So the vision is about collaborating and building an ecosystem that allows agriculture innovation. It's changing the way farmers, producers, suppliers transact with each other across a smooth, streamlined process. A unified system that empowers every stakeholder in the chain. So it's not a project, it's re-engineering of the value chain, end to end. The vision is in line with the UAE's National Food Security Strategy, and hopefully this will complete the whole process. There are two sides of the challenge. There's the financial bottlenecks and there's the disconnect. I know there was a brief discussion about data, and data is critical and crucial to help with the assessment, and cash flow inefficiencies as well, and enabling reducing the dependency on cash and going more down the digital route as we progress. Those are the core pillars, the mBank's vision, and what we're trying to build in terms of an ecosystem in general. So inclusive finance is something that relates to the data and how we analyze and assess that data. Collecting data from the agriculture industry is always tricky because it's very seasonal. It's not as transparent as other industries in the market. So bringing unbanked farmers and workers does help create that deep dive in terms of data analysis and how to read the data and assess customer integrity and to assess the flow. When the data is connected, we use it to build better credit scores that will then ensure that all the stakeholders are ready and prepared, because specifically this is a very seasonal industry. So there will be ups and downs, but as long as the stakeholders are prepared, that's how mBank's package and ecosystem that's being designed helps make sure there's no hiccups down the road. Efficiency and trust. As the world becomes more connected, I think trust and efficiency in doing business cross borders is equally important. So this builds an audit trail across the value chain, strengthening relationships between producers and other stakeholders across the globe. Capital technology, there's always evolution and there's always requirements to enhance and grow what we're trying to build. So capital injection, creating tailored loans specific based on the assessment of the product itself is key to ensure continuity and to create a more connected ecosystem that addresses all the financial barriers in that journey. Digital is a keyword. That is, I think the world is evolving into predominantly a digital flow. Today, a trade finance deal could potentially take from 1 week to 2 weeks to complete, but using a digital footprint will enable that to potentially happen in minutes, once all the dots are connected across the ecosystem. Agility is key. So short-term financing, including long-term financing, are very seasonal, depending on the industry that is being supported. Agriculture, I understand there is a lot of seasonality in it, there's a lot of volatility in it, and the liquidity required to help develop and support the industry is one of the main aspects of this ecosystem. So modernizing payroll systems, connectivity, transferring, cross-border, helps complete the end-to-end and smoothens the whole process. Now, wallets are important. So mBank's mWallet is there to help create and design an infrastructure for the industry that connects all its stakeholders within that stream. And it closes the payment loops. So from farm to suppliers, from employer to employee, and from local to global to cover any cross-divisional elements. Being more digital in nature, there's, again, we go back to the data assessment and the analysis. We streamline the process. There's a proper audit trail, which allows more effective and more accurate description of the nature of the business that's being supported, which ultimately then helps create the tailored loans that we discussed, that I spoke about. Stablecoin. The UAE stablecoin is now one of the core elements in the next step of this evolution. It will ease the cost, it will improve the turnaround time, and it will mitigate many risks, including currency risk, cross-border. So the currency volatility from the transaction using the AED stablecoin is something that is well embedded into the framework that's being developed. These are, I won't go through each one, but digitization, data, access to capital, reinforcing the cycle, and increasing productivity and profitability were the core objectives of creation of this ecosystem, which in today's world is still at a very early stage, still is not fully mature, but it's definitely the next step forward. I know here on the slide it says the end goal, but there is really no end goal for this journey because it's continuous development. This is just the first step in the very near future. So it's all modern, it's tech-enabled, it's financially resilient, it protects the industry, protects the value chain, and it's in line with the national vision of the UAE. That's it. Thank you very much, and I'm available if there are any further questions or if you require any more details. Thank you.
There's time for a question or two. If you'd like, can you take a question from the audience? Yes? Okay. If you have any question, please put your hand up and a microphone will be brought over to you. We have a few minutes for a question or two. Yes? Okay. One question. You're gonna get a tough one. Thank you.
Wasim, thank you very much for great presentations. See, I think the food and beverage sector is expecting really more from digital banking in terms of streamlining the process between the retailers, the suppliers, between shortening the cycles, and have a better utilizations for the cash flows for both suppliers as well as the retailers. So do you have specific plans how to serve this sector specifically? And we as a food cluster and food and beverage group, how can we help you to come up with the right solutions which will help us grow and do better business?
Thank you. So I hope I got the question right. So I think the whole infrastructure and the ecosystem. So M-Bank is a community bank. So it's set up to help support the community. So building the right data sets, building the right connectivity across an ecosystem is what creates the connection between all the value chain, all stakeholders in the value chain. Now, once the setup is in place on both sides, everything else is streamlined and almost STP'd because all the factors, the criteria, the thresholds, everything is already embedded within that profile. And this is where the key is the data and assessing that data and assessing the requirements and the flow and the seasonality element of it. That's where the advisory team come into play. So when a customer's profile is set up, you make sure that everything based on the product set and the study of the nature of the business is already in place. So the setup is done one time, and then the whole connectivity is in place, whether it's the wallet, whether it's the short-term financing, or it's the payment processing. So that's all streamlined, linked to that one specific customer. And that's how we ensure then it's smoother, it's cheaper, and the turnaround time is impeccable, I guess, compared to today. Does that answer the question?
Partially. Have to be true.
And sorry, I can't hear properly because the speakers are that way. So the sound is not coming.
I do. Again, I want to repeat myself. I'll give you an example like our company, Al-Islami Foods. Been here in the country for the last maybe 35 years. We have Union Co-op as an example, or Carrefour, or Lulu, who we've been dealing with them for the last 30 years. Okay. So I'm giving you an example that our company been here for 35 years. We have been working with unions or Lulu or Carrefour for almost 30 years, doing the same process in a daily basis where we sell to them inventories, they prepare the checks, we were writing checks, doing the things, a lot of manual process is taking place. And the trust and the credit capabilities of both organizations is well known. Do we need to go through all this physical work, or we can streamline the process digitally with the right bank to streamline the process and make it faster and make it.
Correct. So, I mean, this is one part of what mBank does. The other parts, so all the BAU that you've just described, your daily interactions, your daily processing, these are all parts of the innovative automation STP progress that's happening across the banking industry. But what we have here is the adoption of more of the digital routes and digital channels. And as the industry, all industries, as they evolve, we're getting more adoption to stable coins, cryptocurrencies, and straight-through processing. Today, what we're talking about is, what you're describing is automation. You would like to automate. STP, straight-through processing, is a different story. And what this ecosystem is doing is enhancing the STP rates. So the manual intervention, including automation, will be something of the past by adopting the digital route. So the structure and the ecosystem that's being built is completely STP. And that's what the real benefit is. So we're not creating new processes, or we're not trying to, I mean, automation is a given that any banking entity kind of works on. But what we're trying to do is STP. And that's where the connectivity and the profile is based on the customer themselves per industry. Does that help?
Yes, and I would like to work really with mBank in a new way of streamlining, as I said, the process. The way we've been doing this transactions for the last 20 years, it's been the same. With mBank, with the digital banking, we would like to see a big transformations.
Correct.
To really leverage this.
Correct. And that's why I re-emphasize again, it's all about straight through and not automation. Automation can just streamline and avoid manual intervention and human error. But STP is almost instant.
Thank you.
It would be a tough question. Banks always get the toughest one, but you know, you have a big challenge, so I'm sure you're up for it. Thank you very much. I feel sorry for opening him up, but you're right. Big businesses and small businesses are requiring more of digital banking, specifically streamlining the process. We're up to our first networking break, so we invite you for our, it's going to be about 20-25 minutes. Let's be back here before, by 11:40, let's say, 11:45 max, because our next topic is going to discuss how you go beyond the shelf and distribution to keep the new consumer based on their demand and changing consumer behavior. So we'll see you back in 25 minutes.
الحياة تحتاج الأحب، والحب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك. الحياة تحتاج الأحب، والحب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسياً بالعالم. في عام 1996 استبدلت الشركة 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي العام نفسه أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة، وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءاً من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم. في عام 2019 استحوذت المراعي على شركة بريمير فود، ومن ثم أطلقت علامتها التجارية بريمير شيف في عام 2021، وهي خطوة أتاحت تقديم حلول متميزة صممها متخصصون في قطاع الأطعمة من خلال مرافق وتقنيات متطورة ومتقدمة، لتستمر المراعي في مقدمة الشركات المقدمة لخدمات الأطعمة. وتصل قيمة المراعي السوقية في الوقت الحالي إلى ما يقارب 55 مليار ريال سعودي، وتقدر قيمة علامتها التجارية ب14 مليار و600 مليون ريال سعودي. وكأكبر منتج وموزع للأغذية والمشروبات في الشرق الأوسط، لدى المراعي أكثر من 635 منتجاً متنوعاً عبر أكثر من 20 علامة تجارية، ويصل إنتاجها لملياري كيلوغرام سنوياً، أي ما يقارب وزن 11,000 طائرة نقل ركاب كبيرة الحجم. أنشأت المراعي 6 مزارع ضخمة للأبقار تضم أكثر من 177 ألف رأس من الأبقار، التي لو تم وضعها في صف واحد لوصلت الرياض بالدمار، وتنتج حوالي 1.5 مليار لتر من الحليب سنوياً، وهي كمية مكافئة لحمولة 30 سفينة تيتانيك. لتوفير الأعلاف لهذه الأعداد الكبيرة من الأبقار، تمتلك المراعي مزارع في الأرجنتين والولايات المتحدة، كما تم إنشاء مرفق خاص في ميناء الملك عبدالله في رابغ لاستخدامه مركزاً للاستيراد والتخزين. تجوب المراعي العالم لانتقاء أجود الفاكهة لتقدم ألذ العصائر، ويصل إنتاجها لأكثر من 650 مليون عبوة عصير منعشة سنوياً. وعند الحديث عن المخبوزات، ومن خلال مصانعها التي تعادل 16 ملعب كرة قدم بحجمها، ويوجد بها أطول فرن بالعالم، يصل إنتاجها لما يفوق 2 قطعة شهية من المخبوزات سنوياً. وانطلاقاً من اهتمام المراعي بغذاء الطفل، أسست الشركة الدولية لأغذية الأطفال IPNC بطاقة إنتاجية تصل إلى 45 مليون عبوة من حليب الأطفال سنوياً. أما عن قطاع الدواجن، فلدى المراعي 5 مزارع دواجن عملاقة تمكنها من أن تنتج ما يفوق 260 مليون دجاجة سنوياً تصل طازجة من اليوم كل يوم. كل هذه المنتجات تخضع لأكثر من 39 ألف اختبار للجودة يومياً للتأكد من أن كل منتج يصل بأفضل جودة. تنطلق منتجات المراعي من 250 مركز توزيع من خلال أسطول مكون من أكثر من 10,000 شاحنة تقطع مسافة تفوق رحلة من الأرض للقمر كل يوم، وتصل ل220 ألف نقطة بيع موجودة في 7 دول. عائلة كبيرة مترابطة تضم أكثر من 40 ألفاً من صناع الجودة، يساهمون بكل فخر بتوفير المنتجات الغذائية لأكثر من 150 مليون مستهلك في المملكة العربية السعودية والخليج العربي ومصر والأردن. ولم تقف المهمة هنا، كجزء من خطة المراعي للتوسع والمساهمة بتأمين الغذاء، أعلنت عن استثمارات بمبلغ 7 مليار ريال سعودي في قطاع الدواجن عام 2021، وتهدف لوصول إنتاجها إلى 450 مليون دجاجة سنوياً خلال ال5 سنوات اللاحقة، وتستعد للدخول في قطاع اللحوم الحمراء، ولديها خطة استثمار في قطاع المأكولات البحرية. كما استحوذت المراعي بالكامل في عام 2022 على شركة بيك مارت في الإمارات والبحرين في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 95.5 مليون ريال سعودي. وفي العام نفسه استحوذت بالكامل أيضاً على الشركة الحديثة لصناعة المواد الغذائية في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 250 مليون ريال سعودي، وذلك لتوسيع نطاق منتجاتها في قطاع المخبوزات. كما استحوذت بالكامل في مطلع العام 2023 على شركة الألبان والعصائر المحدودة في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 255 مليون ريال سعودي. تحرص المراعي على إبقاء روح الابتكار حية ضمن فريقها، ولديها في كل لحظة قرابة 50 منتجاً في طور التطوير، ومنها ما وصل بالفعل للرفوف كالآيس كريم وسلمون سيما، والشاي المثلج آيس ليف، وحليب المراعي بروتين، وخبز توست لوزين ساوردو، وخبز التورتيلا. عدد كبير من الجوائز والتصنيفات العالمية والإقليمية والمحلية حازت عليها المراعي، مثل رابع أكبر علامة تجارية للألبان قيمة عالمياً حسب تصنيف براند فاينانس، وأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية ومنتجات الألبان في المملكة العربية السعودية، ولوزين كأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية في المملكة العربية السعودية والإمارات. وستكمل المراعي تقديم المنتجات الأفضل كل يوم بجودة تستحق الثقة.
love runs high in this time. Give it to me easy and let me try with pleasured hands to take you in the sun to promised lands, to show you everyone it's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he take us anytime to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly, tell you why I really want to know. It's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your daddy?
Welcome back. We're going to take a look now at new consumers. What are consumers demanding? What's the convenience they want? And how you can accommodate as businesses to claim the new consumers. And most importantly, if you can, retain them. Everything has changed recently, from the way you eat, the way you shop, and even the way we think about food is changing very, very fast. From delivery apps to cloud kitchen, everything coming to our doorstep is redefining our dining experience. So let's explore what's beyond the shelf, rethinking retail and distribution for the new GCC consumer. This wonderful panel, I'm going to welcome the experts that are going to give us their insights on this topic. And I'll start by inviting the CEO of Camelicious, Mark Wiley, on stage. He will be joined with the Managing Director of Tilda International, Andres Ponce. Also welcoming the CEO of Bahrain Water, Ahmed Bayoumi. We've been enjoying your water all day long. And the CFO of Al Ain Farms, Mohammed Mishrif. This wonderful panel bringing all of these experts. Oh, your team are excited. Where are these? Is that your team? They're doing very well. Yeah. I mean, reward them later on. I'm going to please ask you to take this seat. This is the CEO seats, CEO section for you. And I'll reserve this seat for our wonderful moderator. She is the executive editor of Images Retail Middle East, Anurima Das. Where are you, Anurima? Please note her wonderful eyeglasses. She's walking on stage with eyeglass statement. All right, here's your timer at the left side, and if you can leave the last 5 minutes, we can do a Q&A.
Everyone, thanks, my lovely panelists, for joining me here today. So as Jesse was mentioning, consumers in the GCC has changed, and the idea of delivery, what is being served to the consumer through the retail shelves is no more just about 1 or 2 touch points. It has diversified. And it has diversified how? So the distribution side of things have to take care of a lot of things. Firstly, affordability, consumers, their convenience, and obviously the margins for the retailers. So before we deep dive into the challenging aspects, let's do one quick question for each of you to kick off, and then we'll get into the more serious mode. So starting with Mark here, fresh functional dairy has very short lead times. So what's the constraint that most breaks the plan, and how are you engineering around it?
Thank you. Well, as we all know, camel milk is a superfood, so we're right up there in functional dairy. I'm going to be very controversial. The most difficult thing in the whole fresh dairy is innovation. The easiest thing in the world to sell is ongoing the same product, the same time. The thing, and I think any of my fresh colleagues here will agree, that actually mucks up your supply chain is when the happy marketeer comes along and says, let's have lemon and mint Laban, let's have lemon, cherry, blossom, Greek yogurt. Your sales guys go, yeah, you put it on the shelves, and 2 weeks later, the moment of truth arrives. We talk about the moment of truth with consumers.
yes.
The moment of truth is 2 weeks later in fresh. Either it worked, or you've got an awful lot of product that it's coming back to. So that innovation and managing it, how you really know what's going to sell, it's the hardest thing in the world.
Absolutely. But we'll come back to you, but just want to know, do you really say no? Does that harm the business, or you say yes, just to try and see?
You have to be a very, very rich person to just say try and see in dairy.
Okay, perfect. We'll come back to you. Andres, you are obviously selling pantry staples. So growth now is in the SKU breadth. So the more you give, the better. But obviously there is a lot about penetrations, understanding the channels. So which one moved the most in the past year for you, and why?
Okay. Thank you, first of all, to you and to the organization for inviting me to the panel. Coming back to your question, I believe that we are in one of the most evolving markets globally. So I do think that there are different verticals that we cannot forget. So, for example, keep introducing new products to your portfolio is very important to keep the brand evolving and being attractive to the consumer. Then the SKU sizes also are evolving continuously, so we need to keep an eye on that to adapt our offer to the consumption of the consumer, and obviously penetrating in new markets and new shops is super important for a brand like any of ours. One of the main goals is to be available at every single point of sale of the country that you manage. So there are different verticals that are very important and we need to keep an eye on.
Amazing. Ahmed, over to you. So we want to understand that, your margins are very thin, but obviously you have to constantly strategize the route to market. So what is that one route to market strategy that you have been very proud of, that you have brought in over the years, or probably in the last couple of years, that has actually been a game changer?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. A little bit of background about Birin. Birin is only a 10-year-old company in a highly fragmented market of bottled water in Saudi Arabia. There's over 200 companies in that market. But in a very short period of time, it became a top 3 players, with the 2 other competitors being 50 years old. And I think it was very much driven by the innovation that the company introduced to the market and approached the consumer with, and it was innovation on multiple fronts. So on the product composition, there was a big focus on alkaline water, pH 8, which nobody in Saudi was focusing on when Birin was launched. From a product pack point of view, the company focused on the 200 ml pack, which is the smallest. Historically, that pack was actually a cup with a cover, and the inside was used that the Saudi consumer hates waste, and seeing remnants of water in other pack sizes caused discomfort. So when Birin introduced this 200 ml, which many companies introduced afterwards, it really hit a nice note, in particular with females and for children. And then from a channel point of view, Most companies were focusing on the traditional retail channels like supermarkets and mini markets and baqalas. Bahrain focused on the direct-to-consumer and provided the best service, covering 42 cities around the kingdom. And taking the product all the way, to the third floor in an apartment building, even if there was no elevator. So really excelled at the service and was the first to introduce an app on which the consumer can order products. And it was a real breakthrough. So today, we are the leader in home delivery. We are the leader in 200 ml, and we're almost the leader in glass, which gave us an advantage in five-star HoReCa in general, whether it is hotels or restaurant. And then we come back to your point about optimizing the supply chain, and really it's about the drop size. So how do we incentivize our customers to buy the right quantity that justifies the visit? We know exactly what's the cost of the visit, and we know what is the ideal drop size to pay for it. Not every consumer or customer wants to order that drop size, but we try as much as possible to incentivize them to get to that drop size. On the other hand, what we found recently with all the platforms, that there is a very big market for smaller drop size. So we're seeing people like Amazon and Noon and Hunger Station and Ninja and Nana growing at high double digit, almost 50% per annum, by providing a much, much smaller drop size to their customers. And it's pushing us to now revisit the equation at what is an optimal supply chain compared to the growth opportunity.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mohammed, for you, from the CFO lens, I would want to understand that when you are looking at different channels where you are retailing, what's the KPI that you most see when it comes to measuring profit?
Okay, so just a quick introduction about Al Ain Farms. We are the biggest dairy company in the UAE, and we are fully integrated from farm to shelf. So we run our own distribution, and for me as a CFO, distribution is not a cost center anymore. It's a strategic pillar. So if you want to put your product in any of the channels or any of the customer needs, so you have to run your distribution. So to answer your question, when we look at the distribution and the efficiency of the distribution, we don't look at the channel profitability as a first point. It's very important, of course, but it's not the first point that we look at. Because, for example, if we look at modern trade, it's not the most profitable channel that we have. But can we stop putting our products there? Of course not. So we have to be present there. We have to show our products and push our NPDs. So the volume of the channel is very important for us. The wastage is something important. Is it important? Is it matching the strategy of the brand or not? This is also something very important for us. So, and then the profitability will come for us to manage the overall picture, not channel by channel. Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you, all of you, for this quick kickoff. Let's move into the more challenging part of things.
Yeah.
When you're running a business, there is a lot of friction and product to the consumer. There must be a lot of things that goes in. So if you want to pinpoint on a very big pressing challenge that you have to deal with, let's start with Mark.
I think that for camel milk, it's really very easy. Who in the audience has actually ever tasted camel milk?
A lot of them, I think.
20, 30%. And who has the idea in their head that camel milk is smelly or going to be nasty or there's something wrong with it or, frankly, it might make your stomach run? And there we are. That's my answer. We're still at the very early stage. We have to persuade the consumer that the product is the right one for them, then move up the funnel, move all the way from awareness, through to trial, through to repeat, through to brand for me and loving it. Some Emiratis love our products, but most of the consumers don't even know it's there.
Amazing. Yes.
So, I mean,
Andres.
sorry to make this little comment because friction in Spanish comes with a very negative connotation, let's say. So I will say that it's a challenge. So for us, the real channel towards the consumer is the communication. I think it's one of the most valuable things that a brand can find. We invest, all of us, I am sure we invest a lot of money in marketing, showcasing what is the product, what is the work behind, added value, etc., etc. But I am sure that none of us receive that amount of feedback or communication from the consumer to us. Of course, the sales represent if the consumer is happy or not, but eventually we like the feedback. I think that we all agree, either if it's good or bad, because we can learn from the bad feedback. So I think that one of the challenges that we have is to keep improving on that area, to make really the difference and have a bidirectional communication with the consumer. I think that that's a very, very important point for a brand.
Great, great. Yeah, Ahmed.
For us, the biggest challenge is the rising cost of doing business generally, whether it is removal of fuel subsidies or the cost of being available in the trade or nationalization targets or government regulation and transport. All of these are adding costs to the business while being unable to pass any of that to the consumer. To the contrary, the consumer is expecting lower prices. So the answer is in optimizing our resources and looking for innovation as a way out of this double whammy pressure.
Yes, Mohammed.
So for us, because we're working in the fresh business, reliability is very important. And I think this is the most important point that we have to take care of. So with the change of consumer expectations from nutrition, health conscious, speediness of receiving the product, I think we should make sure, because we are a fresh business, we need to make sure that our product on the shelf every day at the time, like as we claim it's fresh, we have to deliver our promises. So when you do this, I think you gain the consumer trust and you become one of the important players in the market.
Correct. So most of your challenges are majorly creating consumer awareness and making them understand the business and also give you proper feedback so that you can grow from there or innovate from there. So that is majorly what you all are saying is the challenge here. But if I talk about premiumization, Mark, then there is also a factor of ensuring you're delivering the healthy product to your consumer and also maintaining that price bracket. So that's like another two-way traffic and you have to deal with that. So how do you do that? And also you have to maintain a certain level for your brand so that they aspire and you cannot be counted with the other brands. It has to be that premium tag. So maintaining that whole thing, that image, price, and also consumer expectations. How do you do that?
I think you have to have a fundamental brand strategy that says we are a premium brand. Just because of the sheer nature of camels, I've got 7,000 camels on a lovely farm in Dubai. I could get the same quantity of milk, 4 million litres a year, from 500 cows. The economics, the maths, you can see that with no mathematical element. Obviously, camel milk has to be premium. So that's the strategy. That then says, and my wonderful sales director was repeating this to me, we don't start cutting our price in half. We don't start doing deep discounts. Maybe we do special offers. The way you market behind that has to support that price point because it's going to be with you. If I tried to sell long-term camel milk for half price, I'd go bankrupt. So you think through your marketing to back up your premium position and the way you do discounts, the way you do channel marketing, channel by channel, and then you build that out gradually. So it's relatively simple when you're starting with something premium. I think I'm fascinated to hear what my colleagues will say.
Yeah, even Tilda is on the premium. But Mark, do you ever also feel pressurized by the retail side? Because there are a lot of seasonal offers that run for retailers, and there are offers which are online specific, which are offline specific. So these days, a lot of these offers are also coming just because they also have a pressure of attracting the right consumers. So are you ever pressurized by retailers or your channel partners to kind of do these seasonal gigs with them, or you refrain from that?
I think if you're in FMCG, every day is pressure. So that's just, without being rude, that's just one of the many pressures end to end that we all have. As Mohammed said, you want to play in modern trade, it isn't necessarily going to make money all of the time, but it gives you visibility, it gives you awareness, and you've always got a choice. So I think you have to be selective, you have to look at your numbers, you have to have an offer that coincides with your brand that works you forwards. There are a lot more pressures that worry me a lot more than that particular one, thanks.
Okay, amazing. Andres, so you are working in the premium segment. You have already set that consumer expectation that Tilda is for premium customers. But there are different formats that you also sell. So have you ever had this challenge of how do I maintain the price parity with consumers asking for different formats, or my channel partners asking for different formats and pricing?
So at Tilda, we, as you rightly said, we focus mainly in premium rice, basmati in this case. In reality, there is not real differentiation or big gaps in price per kg depending the format. No, not really. I mean, we only focus in the brand. We focus in, as I said before, in communicating the added value that we are bringing, why we are different, why we believe we are better than others. And this is what really matters for us. Eventually, see, in a super commoditized market where we are all playing, there is always people that will be cheaper than you.
100%.
So the strategy for us is not to enter into that war. That war is for others, not us for sure. So we play a different role in the market, which is more communicating why we are different to the rest.
Correct. Ahmed, when it comes to water, you already mentioned that the quantity plays a big role. Logistics is also a factor that you have to, account for when it comes to putting the price and bringing it into the market. So anything you want to talk about when it comes to that partnership on the back end with logistics? Have you integrated it? Is it super efficiently working, or is it still a challenge and you want to add on to something in that aspect?
Yeah, sure. I want to comment first just on the premiumization as well, because it also plays a great role in water. So just an example for everyone is the glass bottle of Méridien. I mean, this basically tripled in sales in the last 4 years. And it's an example of, by just changing the pack, you offer a proposition that is more premium, significantly more expensive than the PET, but if you do it well, the consumer is willing to pay. And a lot of our sales is direct to consumer at home or to HoReCa outlets who are happy to pay more because they are able to sell it for a much higher price to their customers. Coming back to the supply chain optimization, this is something that we do on an ongoing basis. At the moment, we use a hybrid service providers between company-owned and external transporters to cover the kingdom. I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is almost the size of Western Europe, 2.5 million square kilometers. So you do need a very sophisticated transportation network to reach all the cities. Some of it is company-owned and some of it is partner-owned, and we're continuously optimizing the mix between the two, and most importantly, the utilization of the fleet. So for every truck, there is a target daily number of cases that they need to be moving and delivering to customers. In the big cities, for example, we moved away from having a traditional van operation to having a pre-sell so the truck only moves to deliver an order. The actual sale is happening via an individual driving a car, much more nimble, much more agile, a lot cheaper cost of running the car than having a truck with 500 cartons, moving around the city hoping to sell. So it's still ongoing. Technology helps a lot with route optimization tools that map out the journey plan of these trucks, also monitoring fuel efficiency by unit and looking for the variation between trucks. You find a lot of opportunities. You have a kind of a role model and a worst case very easily and with a big variance. So continually looking for these differences and trying to bridge them absolutely helps the overall efficiency of the system.
Amazing. Mohammed, so for you, you mentioned about freshness. So I would also want to touch upon the aspect of health. Today, the consumer wants products which confirm with their healthy practices. So how do you ensure that your strategy is aligned with that? And obviously, it is cost effective and still innovative enough that it aligns with the consumer sentiments.
I think MPDs is the name. So when every year we have to have our pipeline of new launches. And these new launches shouldn't be prepared independently of the consumer feedback and consumer expectations. So as we mentioned at the beginning, so consumers usually are now looking for their healthier product. They want something that is good for them, their health, and their kids as well. So this is the very important point where we're working on our strategy. And we decide based on this what will be the new products and what will be the new trends happening in the market. Example, protein, milk is happening now, trending, everyone's talking about. So this is something that we're very, very interested in. And also to touch base on the distribution part, because we own our distribution and because we are delivering to almost every shelf in UAE every day, more than 23,000 drop points. When you work on your MPDs, you don't have a restriction of are we going to match the customer expectations? Are we going to put the product in the right place or not? So I think it's a bigger cycle that we have to go through, starting from listening to consumer, what is the needs, to developing the product itself, and then deciding where I'm going to place this product and how I'm going to place it, and then monitor this after we launch. This is how we are drafting our strategy for all the new products.
Amazing. Yeah. Mark, coming back to you, Ahmed mentioned about technology. That was my next thought for all of you. So how are you aligning with tech in your systems, in your back end and front end? And also because I think you're retailing online also, and Q-commerce is a growing space, and there are a lot of need coming from the retail side, a push. So how are you making the processes agile for your product on the back end?
I think for us, it's a big advantage being a very small company. We can literally react to the point that, we get an order from Gibson's, it bounces off my email. So we're still at the stage, perhaps less technology-driven than we should be, but in terms of reactivity, our ability to choose, okay, we've got a bit of a stock problem, let's put a banner up on Amazon, let's put a banner up on Gibson's, let's drive things faster. I love that. That speed of reaction is wonderful for us as a business.
Amazing. And I think you'll keep up with that. But does it ever bother you? Like, you're small and is it too intrusive, or you are enjoying this space like this?
It's another tool. I love small companies and I love making small companies grow. So for me, it's a great thing.
You're enjoying every phase of the growth.
Yeah.
Amazing. Andres, talking about channels, because you have different formats today. Supermarket, hypermarket, they're the gourmet hypermarkets today, the specialty ones, the niche ones, and obviously online. So, what has been the most awarding, or I would say incremental, what has given you the most incremental growth in 2024, if you had to retrospect this year and the last year? So which format or which channel works best for you, if you have to talk about that?
I think we need to look at them with a different optics. Eventually, retail or wholesaler is a channel that we have been always operating at. So growing there or decreasing there, I mean, eventually you follow a pattern. In general, we are doing well. We are growing in every market. Obviously, in every channel. Obviously, if you check on the online sales and numbers, our growth is quite, impressive because the base from where we are coming is very small. So to grow 200% is actually quite easy. So it depends. We focus, depending the channel, we have a different focus. For example, in retail or in wholesaler, we have obviously bigger packs, more traditional products, something that the people is more used to consume. And for example, in online channels, we focus more on the new developments, these microwavable rice that we have, something that can spark a little bit of interest or an impulse purchase, like, oh, this is new, let me try it also because it's coming home by a rider, So we have different strategies depending the channel, but frankly speaking, in general, I can say that we are doing a decent job at all of them.
Okay. Moving on to Ahmed. I would want to know a little bit about collaboration, because collaboration is a big factor in Saudi today, and almost all coffee brands, almost all food brands are collaborating, bringing the Saudi sentiment out, the culture out. So collaboration is a big factor in the segment of customization, if I put it that way. So have you thought about that? Are you also looking at collaboration as a model of business, especially in the B2B space?
Yeah. At the moment, our focus in building partnerships, hydration partnerships with different entities. So as we speak, we have an arrangement with 7 large football clubs around the kingdom, where we serve them not only in their hometown, but wherever they are traveling. And that's a point of advantage for Bahrain versus any other bottled water company, that we have the breadth that even if a major football club like Al Hilal in Riyadh plays in Abha or Dammam, we will be able to serve the players and the team wherever they are in the kingdom. We have partnerships with government entities, like the Quality of Life program in Saudi Arabia, which is very important component of Vision 2030. And whenever they are running an event, we make sure that there is sufficient hydration for the event participants. So at the moment, that's our model of collaboration at this stage, is being a reliable partner to many government entities and large businesses. Like, for example, another one, Saudi Airlines. We are the exclusive water on Saudi Airlines. And again, they have airports all around the kingdom, and they need supply in all of these airports. And only a company like Bahrain is able to do that.
Amazing. So, Mohammed, you have mentioned already that profitability is not the only factor that you see when it comes to channel performances or how the brand is growing when it comes to the wholesale or retail side. But as a CFO, there has to be a measurement that you always keep in mind when you are also looking at distribution for Allen. So what is the factors that you see and measure, even if that's not ROI inclusive, but which gives you that background that, okay, the business is profitable? Or how do you measure that as a CFO for the company?
Okay, so if we are talking about overall performance of the business, when I look at the business profitability in specific, I look at the channel's profitability, but not in comparison to the other channels. So to be more specific, I have to make sure that we're not diluting our profitability year over year by channel. But I can accept that there will be some channels that are not profitable as the other channels. This is one of the things that I'm looking at. Secondly, I look usually at the volume performance. So The volume is growing organically, inorganically. Things are moving in the right direction. This is something important for us. Lastly, I keep an eye on the returns or wastages. We are in a fresh product, so returns is giving me a very strong signal from the market. So sometimes the sales push a product in a channel just to deliver the target. And we need to make sure that we're not pushing this so hard. There is something that we need to watch out. So these are the three things that usually, if you ask me about performance of channel, these are the three things that comes to my mind.
Amazing. So we are almost at the end, and before I open it up for the audience to ask you questions, one last question to wrap up here. We are talking about future of food. We are almost at the fag end of 2025. We are just stepping into 2026. We have discussed that consumer awareness is a factor that all of you are counting in, and you want to work towards that. But anything else in terms of technology, collaboration, pricing that you think is top of your mind for 2026 that you want to course correct, plan ahead, and take it from here and change the game in 2026? So starting with Mark.
I think for us, 2026 has got to be the year of pushing the whole category. And we talked about collaborations earlier. For us, the category awareness, not just our brand awareness, is the first stage. We're so far behind a lot of the other categories. Everybody knows what rice is. Camel milk? What? That's that. So I'm hoping to actually work on category with the government, with some other partners, with maybe even competitors, to try and drive the thing forward.
Amazing. Andres?
So for us, 2026, we can consider that this is going to be a year of evolution and development. I think that in this environment that we are in, the whole GCC, where the economy is changing so much, the preferences of the consumer is changing and evolving so fast. They are demanding better, faster, and easier. I think that the brand has to look for that direction. And yeah, if I have a word to define how we see the 2026 is evolution.
Amazing. Yes, Ahmed.
Navigating the headwinds expected in 2026 from the point of view of rising cost and tougher competitive environment and less brand loyal consumer. And that happens basically the way we intend to do that is through innovation and diversification. And really sharp, keen eye on cost optimization.
Lovely. Yes, Mohammed.
So I'll not be able to pick one point because it's very difficult for me to pick, but I can put it in order. Especially next year for us is a year of stabilizing the business and the organization. We've been through a growth aggressive last couple of years, and we need to stabilize ourselves. So I would put technology number one. With all the advancement happening in the technology landscape currently, we have to be on top of this. Number two for me will be the collaboration. Thank you, Ahmed, to talking about the collaboration, but we believe that this is something important we need to work on, and we have a couple of exciting announcements will happen today or tomorrow, I think. And last but not least, we're keeping an eye on the channel performance and the profitability is something very important for me personally.
Thank you. We'll wait for the protein milk though.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, anybody wants to ask them any question? We have the last 5 minutes for our panelists. I think he's raising hand.
We have been so good.
I think we've answered all the questions. And we have been within time, so.
Well, I can ask a question.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to ask one of my other colleagues. I'm still struggling with the balance, the first question even, between innovation, waste, shelf space versus new versus old. How do you each approach that in your own businesses? You know, because we'd love to all launch 20 new products, but then who's going to eat the old products? I'm fascinated how you think about it.
Well, in our case, we always base our business in the traditional products as it's normal. For the new innovations, I think if you're trying to get my opinion for maybe your product, something that is working for us quite well is doing in and outs. So doing an in and out, for example, you agree with a certain retailer that you are going to put this product on the, promo area at a very attractive price, and this will measure if the product has traction or not. And also the good thing is that if the product has a good traction, they will be motivated to tell you, hey, this product is working, now we are the ones interested to launch it, let's reach into a good agreement to put it on the shelves. But I mean, it's true what you say, that the retailers nowadays are very demanding and quite difficult to convince. But this strategy is working for us well because it's a win-win eventually. And for them, having new products is also attractive to bring new consumers to their shops.
I think the solution is to test and then scale. You can come up with plenty of innovative ideas and test in either a channel, a customer, a city, and monitor the outcomes. And if it is successful, you scale it. If it is not, you wrap it up.
I think the same idea and awareness, as we was discussing before the panel. I think awareness is very important. How you make sure that the consumer understand your product and are asking for your product. This is something very important.
Thank you, guys. Very helpful.
Thank you then. And that's it from us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can't interrupt the CEOs. They keep on going. It's always ongoing. Well done. For this next topic is a word, a term that some think is still a buzzword, while others consider it actually changing the way the food industry is working. We're talking about, and I see someone coming to tell me something. I know what she's going to tell me, so I'm going to pause. Don't worry, I know. I forgot to do something very important, so let's do that first before we go to the buzzword I want to talk to you about. Let's do a very quick poll and ask you some of the questions that we want to know your input on. This helps us a lot whenever we're producing any white research papers. Let's do our first poll question, which is sponsored today by Pinar. Asking you if you can just please scan your QR code so we take a bit of a room scan and see which channel do you think will dominate GCC food distribution in the next 5 years. Online grocery and delivery apps, modern retail, food service distributors, cloud kitchens. Really? Most of the answers are pinning to, you see the most growth is going to see in online grocery and delivery apps. You think the online delivery apps will dominate the GCC food distribution. Okay, now others have pointed to modern retail, and cloud kitchens remains in number 3. So that's about 60% of you thinking it's online retail. The next question says, which smart factory tech will have the biggest impact on F&B manufacturing? These are very, very specific questions. AI-driven quality, control, robotics, of course, predictive maintenance, IoT-enabled operations. Which technology will have the biggest impact? So majority of you think it's going to be automation, going to robotics. Obviously, a huge impact already happening in the industry due to robotics and automation. That's it for now. I think just 2 quick questions. This really helps us gauge the opinion of the room. So back to the buzzword I wanted to throw at you, which is manufacturing 4.0. We've heard this term a lot, and we want to really understand how this is not just a buzzword. How is it helping emerging technologies and shaping the F&B industry? We're going to welcome our speaker for this topic. He's a sales engineer at Yokogawa Electric. Please welcome this next presentation by Ryohei Kobayashi.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so thank you for a kind introduction. My name is Ryohei Kobayashi, and it's so hard to pronounce. Okay, so hello everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm visiting from Japan, and this is my first time in Dubai. So I'm so excited to speak with you and to have the opportunity to be here. Today, I will be sharing how manufacturing 4.0 is applied to the food and beverage industry, and special focus on case in Japan. I'm not sure. Yes, okay. Sorry. Here's a quick look agenda, today's agenda. And first, I'll briefly introduce about our Yokogawa's business, and share, after that, I present issues, currently issues inside the food factories. And after that, I explain what manufacturing 4.0 is and share our concept behind it. And I will present a success story from Japan, the Nissin Foods Kansai factories case, and how they approach to their smart factory. Okay, so this is our 3 segments of our business. First, energy and sustainability. This is our main segments, such as oil and gas. And the materials, it's like chemicals or something. And life business, it includes pharmaceuticals and food. And I work in food business, so I belong to this life segment. Okay, so this is our concept and our goal. Our concept is so simple, but it's so powerful. Concept is measure, analyze, and integrate. These 3 elements form the foundation of our strategy. And we realize to BIA through this concept. BIA is a shift in Yokogawa's culture, automation to autonomy. And with this concept, we aim to transform how the food industry operates. Okay, now I would like to talk with my experience about the current food industry's issues. In the food industry, customers' expectations are very high. Even one case of contamination can cause a full product recall, which hurts the business and your which hurts the brand and your business. Customers want both high quality and low price. Even though the ingredient and energy, the cost is keep going up. So we must improve the quality and reduce cost. At the same time, running a business in this environment is very, very, very tough. And I feel the challenge every day. So what are issues inside the factories? This part explains the problems that occur throughout the production process, from receiving materials to shipping the products out. In the food factory, automation is very difficult. That's why human error occurs and misoperation happen. So we can divide these issues for 3 segments. At first, it's shop floor. Shop floor, as I said, the mistakes and human errors happen. And quality control. We must meet strict standards and enterprise level. Then data and factory systems are often disconnected. So as you can see, there are many issues inside the factory. But I believe these problems can be solved by power of the technology. So I explain how these issues can be solved with the technology. Anything happen? Yes? 1 second. Okay. 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 Okay, maybe some mechanical problem happened. Okay. Sorry, the monitor is mechanical problem, something. Can you fix it? No? Okay, thank you. So what is manufacturing 4.0? Manufacturing 4.0 means applying the food industry, industrial 4.0 ideas to manufacturing and production. It uses technologies like AI, IoT, AI, equipment monitoring, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and digital twins. These tools help manufacturing 4.0. Oh, sorry, could you fix it again? And these tools are manufacturing 4.0. And this is our concept, as I said. So our concept is measure, analyze, and integrate. And this concept is also important for manufacturing 4.0. We use IoT to measure inside the factory and analyze equipment status and analyze data with AI and integrate, go beyond the factory and using digital twin, cybersecurity, and cloud computing. To support our concept, there is the ISA 95 model. So ISA 95 model, so the factory systems divide the 4 levels. Level 1, measure. It includes field instruments. And level 2, control systems, like DCS or PLC or something. And level 3, factory systems, like MES or LIMS or something. and level 4, business level, like ERP. And this ISA 95 model is matches for our concept. Level 1, measure. Level 2, analyze. And level 3 and 4, integrate. So this is a before and after digital transformation. And in this time, I want to talk about the detail. If you any interest, please come to our booth after this seminar. Okay, so now let me talk about the real case in Nissin Kansai Food Factory. This is the basic information about Nissin Kansai Factory. This is one of the biggest, this is one of the largest company in Japan, and this factory producing 4 million meals per day. According to my research, Dubai's population is around 4 million. So this factory could serve one of the cup ramen for each Dubai's people. So, and their degrees of environmental, and they care about the efficient of the energy. And they have a concept of this Nissin Kansai new factory. Their concept is a next generation smart factory. This concept is elements, 3 key elements. First, quality. Second, cost. And third, delivery. This is often called QCD. So their main meaning of concept smart factory, they have to reach a high level of QCD. This is the core idea of their smart factory. And this project was done in 3 phases. Phase 1, the basic concept, is the most important phase. So we took 2 years for this phase. And what the basic concept is including. A basic concept divides 4 steps. First, understand the design for new plant and understand existing plant process. After, clarify existing plant issues, and finally, set basic concept for a new plant. So, and they classify their existing plant issues. There are 75 issues of existing plants. And from these issues, they decided to what systems is implemented, and they decided 5 key systems to implement, and they sort how these systems are connected. This on the right side, there is systems. We implement 5 systems: manufacturing execution system, plant information management system, maintenance management system, production scheduler, and warehouse management system. So, and Nissin factories are conscious of these levels connection. And in this time, I said our concept, measure, analyze, integrate, is very important to connect these levels of the systems. Okay, so how did the factory change after their new factory? So on the right side, there is NASA room. They wanted to call NASA room, so it stands for Nissin Automated Surveillance Administration. They can monitor all of the processes from this NASA room and send commands in real time. And this on the right side, there's AGVs. Like AGVs and other equipment receive these instructions and commands. and carry out tasks automatically. So before their digital activity, they struggled with labor shortages, but they overcome the labor shortage issues and their factory visualization and their correct cost control, they can achieve their QCD goals. And not only they achieve QCD goals, as continuous with our Yokogawa will help the go beyond to manufacturing 5.0. Okay, now this is conclusion. Today, I talked about our concept, measure, analyze, integrate. And it's so important for the food factories. And food factory has many issues. And I refer to manufacturing 4.0 and ISA 95. Yeah, and these models is matching for our concept. And I introduce the Nissin success story. And basic concept is so important. And we took 2 years for this phase. And by focusing on data connections, awareness of the analyze, measure, analyze, integrate, and they achieve QCD goals. Okay, so today I'm not here to sell our products. I wanted to share with my experience and how the food Japanese companies will achieve their purpose. So if you have any tips from my stories, I'm so glad. And I hope we will make a better life and to contribute for the sustainability world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you say, Ryohi, did you say if you have chips, as in this is the takeaway from your presentation? I just learned a new terminology. Thank you very much. You have just guided us into our next topic, into robotics and automation. We're going to hear from our expert panel how this can be done efficiently and whether or not it was worth the investment. So this next session will focus on the smart factory revolution in F&B manufacturing. We're discussing predictive maintenance, IoT-enabled operations into food manufacturing facilities, enhancing the efficiency, and of course, reducing cost, which remains one of the top priorities. Please welcome our expert panelists for this discussion focused on AI and robotics. I'm starting by our first panelist. Please welcome the head of Solution COE Center Division Yokogawa, Hirowaki Sorimachi. Welcome on stage. Also the senior pre-sales consultant at Centric Software, Dominique Bevin. Welcoming the president and co-founder of PowerNot, Ian Miles. And the senior vice president operations at Al Ghurair Food, Sébastien Arc. And this panel will be brilliantly moderated by, welcoming again, board advisor and member of the Strategic Alliance Committee for the UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers, Angelo Jafarji. All the best. Here's your timer all the way on the left. I do want to point out one thing because we're hearing from the back of our room that it's very hard to hear the speakers. So if you can, please, when you're speaking, try not to look away from the mic because your sentences are not heard fully all the way in the back. All right? You can sit down.
That's working? Can you hear me? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Before starting with our panelists, our expert in AI and automation system for the smart factory, I would like just to give you a landscape itself globally, GCC and country-wise, just to understand the scale of the business. Okay. Yes. Globally, the smart factory, as we see here, at a global level, it's 104 billion US dollar, with a projection of around 170 billion on 2030, which is a compound growth of 10%. What are the regional... Thank you.
How we split this 100 billion US? It's led mainly by the North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, but when we come for the GCC, it's only 8%, and the rest of the world is 20%. The food processing automation market, it's 28 billion, with a projection of 40 billion by 2030. Which is a growth of 7.5%. Now, what it comes for the GCC itself, okay? 8%. What is the split of this 8%? As you see, UAE is the leading country in the region, followed by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Bahrain. Okay? Then, this growth is sustained mainly from the sovereign wealth fund spending increase, means it's a public investment. Localization mandate, especially with Saudi vision of 2030. Green hydrogen development and digital transformation with IoT and AI. For the automation by country, as you see here, the AI adoption rate and automation level. As I mentioned, UAE is the highest one. On automation level at 72%, followed by the Saudi at 65%, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Bahrain. The leading AI power is a 68% adoption, automated production, 72%. Saudi, with the strong investment from the PIF, okay, drive at 32% by 2030. Qatar, automated packaging and cold chain management, 45% AI. What is the takeaway? AI application is mainly for quality inspection, demand forecasting, receipt optimization, automation focus, packaging mainly for share for 76%, processing 68%, material handling 62%. When it comes for the F&B, the beverage is the main category where the automation is applied, followed by the bakery and the dairy. UAE and Saudi account for 67% of the GCC automation and AI integration. Now, when we look at the industry itself, as you see here, the automotive manufacturing is 92%. Pharmaceutical, 89%. Electronic, 87%. Chemical is 83%. But food and beverage in GCC, even globally, it's at 95%. Now, I will introduce you the panelist team. They are experts in their field, and they will explain what their company brings as a solution, what is their own experience, because any company is here to sell a solution. But at the end of the day, the customer or the manufacturer itself will give you the final learning curve. And this is how we have a fantastic blend of end-to-end panelists, from the solution maker to the end customer. Please let me introduce the panelists, the expert that we have. Hiroaki Sorimashi, Head of Solution in COT Center Division, more than 20 years in the industrial automation. Jan Milnes, President and co-founder of PowerNote. Very interesting how he will explain is a technology, environmental entrepreneur, expert in waste reduction technology. Dominique Bevan, Senior Pre-Sales Consultant, Centric Software, specialized in F&B digital transformation, expert in product life cycle. And Sébastien, Senior Vice President Operation in Algora Food, and leading an exceptional transformation in operation in Algora.
Can you hear me? Yes. As Jesse was mentioning, today there is a lot of buzz on the smart factory. Our colleague just before explained what is the transformation 4.0. Now let's translate it into a more pragmatism input. Hiroaki, a smart factory reality. I think you're working with Yokogawa. In the context of the smart factory revolution, how do we move beyond this buzzword to create a truly intelligent F&B manufacturing system? What does a real smart factory look like in practice? Please, is it only just connecting sensor? But please.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Hiroaki Sorimachi from Yokogawa Corporation. I'm a head of Solution COE Center, a Center of Excellence. I'm a very technical side person. So I want to provide some hint to realize the smart factory. As he mentions, smart factory is a very buzzword, common word. Then, through this session, I want to clear vision, clear methodology, clear the roadmap, how you can achieve the smart factory. If someone says the definition of smart factory, it's very easy. The smart factory is a highly automated and very efficient and safety factory using AI, advanced technologies like AI, robotics, information technologies. No one argues this definition. However, it does not tell the clear vision, clear roadmap. Okay? Then I want to emphasize each company must have each vision of smart factory. In the last session, my colleague Kobayashi shows one example. Okay? But that result is just one example. Yokogawa and the company Nissin has discussed and decided their vision, decided their definition of smart factory. So we agreed with customer. We developed the concept with customer. The most important thing is safety. Okay? Safety must be prioritized. Even someone says that economically is important, safety is the most important part in this industry, right? Then I want to say that your customer, the president, management have to decide the vision of the smart factory and decide the definition of smart factory. And we can support the activity. Okay?
12 years ago, I was in Japan, Okay, we were having this side discussion. I was visiting Otsuka factory. Okay, for me at that time, 12 years ago, it was already a smart factory. Is it the AI make it smart factory?
Yes.
Or do you have something else?
Yeah. Okay. If we talk about AI, AI definitely supports increase your safety and economics and agility, everything. However, AI, if I say AI, there is so many kind of AI and use cases. No one tells the best use case, and but the company have to decide what is their pain point, what is the challenging, what is the prioritized point to improve. Okay, of course we have a lot of AI, and AI can support most of things. However, we have to adapt a suitable AI machine learning for your own problem. The first thing is problem identification. I want to emphasize.
Thank you. Sebastian, in your smart factory transformation journey, where have AI and automation delivered immediate revolutionary impact? Predictive maintenance, quality control, optimization, and what was surprised you the most?
Yeah, so basically we can start with two main implementations that we had. The first one is predictive maintenance, as you well said, and we were discussing about the journey. So you have to start with the base, and this is exactly what we cater. We cater maintenance from one side, and from the other side, we cater quality control. So we shift whatever we were doing in maintenance in two layers. The first one was related to predictive maintenance, and then we add another layer which was the condition-based. In condition-based maintenance, what you do, basically you service assets whenever it's required, and not because the manual says that you have to do it every 3,000 hours. That impacted quite a lot in efficiency, in planning, and actually we were extremely surprised about not the piece of implementation, which was quite fast, but we were surprised on the change in the mindset. So today we have certain tools, for example, ultrasound, infrared, and we have vibration analysis, where we are taking different routes in different plants, in different assets, and we put everything in a system where the system is going to scrutinize which are the assets that require more attention than the others. And then you can really plan case to case on the basis that you are getting the information online. So that changed a lot the mindset from the full maintenance department and ourselves as well, in the sense that we really can predict when the failure is coming and we can avoid it. So we don't want to talk about breakdowns anymore. We want to talk about predicted, where we can really emphasize on the period of time that we have to go to the plants and to service the equipment.
Thank you. Dominique from Centric Software, as you provide some solution, how can F&B manufacturer build a truly intelligent system that don't just collect the data, but create actionable AI insight from demand forecasting to receive optimization and turn in factory into a learning organization?
Really good question there. So I think the key concept that has not really changed, even though the technology changes and improves naturally, is the concept of being a learning organization. So this is something which has been around in kind of practice and operations management literature for decades now. But it's something which you really cannot get away from. And one of the things that we always make clear when we're working with customers and prospects on their digital transformation journey is the fundamentals have to be right. Okay, so I was really impressed to see in the presentations from our colleagues at Yokogawa this emphasis on safety, but also having a wide range of data inputs. So from the factory floor, from customer feedback when it gets out of the factory, but also very much our specialty is in the design stage, so in product development. So the key thing is having all of these insights and all of this information end up in a single source of truth is really kind of the aim of what you have to go for before you can start to get these insights. AI itself, which is kind of the big topic here, is only going to be as accurate and as rich as the data sources which are fed into it. And so from those things, you start to get a much better picture of how you will deal with problems that you have already. So this is where we see a lot of coupling with concepts like Lean Six Sigma, figuring out where are the failure points in our current operations based on the product type, based on the suppliers that we deal with, all those types of things. That's where AI helps us to calculate across a much wider range of inputs than what we would normally get from just even the best quality team made up of a few dedicated people. So to kind of sum that up, what AI is allowing us to do is to monitor inputs from MES systems, from ERP, from our PLM to say, what are we making? Is it compliant? Is it good? And how can we improve it? So creating that feedback loop is where I think the big wins in AI are from what we've seen so far.
Thank you. Jan Milnes, we have a side discussion, very interesting. What are the real barriers preventing the smart factory revolution in F&B, beyond costs and legacy system? And what about the data quality, cybersecurity, and cultural resistance and sustainability integration?
Well, our company is involved more at the end of the process rather than during the process of manufacturing food. So we take care of the waste that is generated by the food process. And so we sell machines that digest the waste food so that at the end of the process, where there is always obviously some waste to be generated in the manufacturing process, our products will digest that waste and save it from going to the landfill. And this is helping to build a circular economy and a sustainable economy by keeping that organic waste out of the landfill. And by doing that, we're helping our customers to become more sustainable and to improve their facilities and to improve the environment as well.
Thank you. Can you, please, you have one machine which is fantastic, okay? Please, if you don't mind, can you elaborate on this machine, this biodigest?
So yeah, I mean, you can go and see our biodigester back in the exhibition room there. Our machine digests the waste food. So it is a big stainless steel stomach. And like our own stomachs, it relies on being fed throughout the day. And as the waste is generated, you would put the waste into the machine, and the machine will digest that waste, converting everything to water that typically goes down the drain. We do have some customers who will filter that water and use it for irrigation. But the majority of customers need to solve a problem, and the problem is that they should not be sending their organic waste to the landfill, which is where it will generate methane, which is 87 times worse for the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. Inside the machine itself are microorganisms that are doing the digestion. We're not trying to macerate the food or physically break down the food. The microorganisms are digesting it and converting everything to water. So our machines will digest anything that you and I can digest, but in addition, they will digest small fish bones, pineapple shells, banana skins, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Dominique, how do we keep a smart factory flexible? Can highly automated system quickly adapt to the new trend?
Yeah, great. So just to kind of start with what we see flexibility as at its core is kind of the ability to deal with changing regulations, changing supply chain circumstances, without kind of paying too much of a penalty in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, or the impact to produce your product into the market. So I think one of the key things that we look at from a product development point of view with our software is the ability to deal with things like ingredient scarcity, okay, or with changing regulation. And so at a base level, having systems that are able to kind of match the function of certain ingredients with others and to suggest what could be an alternative should we suddenly have a supply chain shock or some type of unforeseen circumstance. That as a very kind of actionable use case is one that we tend to focus on because that has knock-on effects down the production process as well as the supply chain management. Because it's not just a case of do we have this ingredient? It's where do we go next? Who in our supply base is capable of providing this? And again, a lot of that is where we're seeing AI use cases come into their own, looking at past supplier history, looking at like the breadth of what they supply us already, and helping companies to make actionable decisions based on that. So it's I think that's a very kind of very food production oriented thing there. But one of the key things as well, going back to this industry 4.0 idea that we saw before we started this, is looking inside the factory itself, understanding your metrics such as OEE. So what is your equipment effectiveness? What's the capability for making your products? AI, we've seen a lot of examples in the literature about AI being used on data sources to look at failure points on certain machines, on certain products, to help you kind of rearrange your factory layout, reduce changeover times, and so on. So kind of looking at an internal product, but also a process perspective, I think AI has a big part to play in the future for that.
Yeah. Sebastian, how do you translate this flexibility operationally?
Well, operationally, I can say that a few years ago, we have adopted the digital twin technology. And basically what we have with this digital twin technology, you have a replica of the process, of a certain industrial process or manufacturing process, which is in the virtual side. So you run the two systems together. This is, enable you to do changes, enable you to train personnel, enable you to do some modifications. So when you run it in the digital twin, you can test all the recipes, you can test all the new equipments that you have in place, processes, etc., including also if we have to talk about new SKUs and ingredients. So once we are sure that the system is working virtually, then we come to the real picture. That will help us, to avoid any process interruption or actually reducing the waste.
Thank you. When it comes for the technology convergence, Jan, looking at the smart factory evolution, which converging technology, AI with IoT, robotics with vision system, edge computing now with the development of the 5G and tomorrow with the 6G, will fundamentally transform how we manufacture food today, at least for the next 5 years. What is your thought on this?
Well, our machines are weighing the amount of waste that is going into it. And the larger machines can also clarify what type of waste that is. And so a customer may know that they're putting 100 kilograms of tomatoes in, and 50 kilograms of meat, and 30 kilograms of fish. And this information will help them to reduce their waste and understand where their waste is coming from and how much their waste is being generated on a daily basis, with the eventual goal that they should be able to reduce that information. And that information is produced both digitally and numerically and sent up to the cloud. And we have customers that are using AI to analyze that across a variety of different facilities. So for our customers who have multiple facilities or multiple machines within one facility, they can accumulate that data and they can use AI to analyze that data with the help of helping them to reduce the amount of waste that they're actually producing in the first place.
Thank you. Hiroki,
Yes.
when it comes for the AI-driven safety system,
Yes.
how are AI and automation revolutionizing the food safety and compliance?
Yep.
From predictive contamination detection to blockchain
Yep.
traceability, and what fail-safe must exist when smart systems control critical safety management?
Yes, that's a very good question. Safety is very important, right? And when we talk about the safety, we should touch some aspects, some topics, not only the blockchain. The first thing is machine trouble or malfunctions. This is very common issue in the whole industry, right? And many AI applications are developed, so I will not touch in detail, but this is very important and useful application of the AI for the safety. And the next is property monitoring, property of the product. Also, in this area, AI can monitor the production, real-time production with real-time data, and predict the quality, and it is used for the predictive maintenance and predictive control. This is very important. Also, the last part, the contamination. This will be the most significant typical issue in the food and beverage industry. Also, there are some AI technologies, like using the camera, right? Also, Yokogawa has a good system, camera plus AI technology in one small devices, and it monitors all particles in the liquid. This contributes to the safety of the food and the beverage very important, very significantly. Regarding the traceability, as you mentioned, using the blockchain, we can store the all historical data of the production from ground to on the table, everything. Every manufacturers and the producers, every information is stored in the blockchain. Using this blockchain, once something happened, that we can trace where the problem happened, what is the cause of the main problem. So this information, this technology is also provide, increase the safety. Right?
Thank you. When it comes for the success metrics, Sebastian, what are the real measures of smart factory success? Is it just cost saving, or should we track sustainability, innovation, speed, and worker satisfaction?
Yeah, I think cost savings are definitely tangible, important, and always is being looked as the first one. But we should take a multidimensional approach here, and I think definitely we should add to the mix three things. The first one is related to the speed of innovation, so I mean to say how fast we can implement new technologies into existing systems, and we come back to the flexibility. The second one is definitely sustainability. In Alburear, we run operations that are demanding a lot of energy, so in order to convert our operations into green operations, we are doing a lot of initiatives to reduce the carbon emissions. And the last one, and not least, is the task force satisfaction. I mean, at the end, we will have to do whatever activity we have, even though we are fully automated, is being done by people, is being done by our staff. So we need to give them a level of comfortability that there is no replacement in the future. And I always say that, the humans are the architects of intelligence.
Thank you. And Jan, if for Sebastian, the metrics are more financial part, and of course the human part, from your point of view in terms of ESG, is sustainability a metrics for you?
Yeah, sustainability is a big thing for us. I mean, we're supporting our customers, and also our own facility is sustainable. I also want to add a comment, since we're talking about AI. For our own facility, we're using AI all of the time now. I mean, we have using it from everything for optimizing our manufacturing, for sales support, for technical support to our customers. Our customers can access all of our documentation and ask the AI any question about the machines. In engineering, we're relying on it. We're using AI to generate software. We're using AI to do hardware design. We're turning out products faster and faster with fewer people. So yeah, although this is about AI in food production, we're at the back end of that. We're producing machines to help our customers, and we're using AI extensively for that. And I would say that a lot of people, if you're not using AI every day, you're just missing out on what is currently available there. It's just phenomenal, and it's improving every day. I mean, we can create videos that look like studio quality videos without anybody being involved in that from start to finish. It's all AI.
Thank you. Dominique, when it comes for the ecosystem integration, what does a fully integrated smart factory ecosystem look like? From digital twin and supplier connectivity to customer engagement platform, and what are the critical integration points that make or break the transformation?
Quite a packed question there. Yeah, so if we start with the concept of a digital twin. So a digital twin is effectively kind of creating a real living, breathing, data-driven model of the factory and its operations. So if we look at where, it's going to pull various things from each of those to create what is effectively a simulation tool for assessing your factory's performance. So from the PLM point of view, as for me, it's a very critical point, because we're pulling specifications that have evolved over time, related to your products, related to your processes. From ERP, another critical point, we're pulling in the costs of goods, because PLM we simulate a lot of the time based on information from your ERP, where you're ordering from, how much you're ordering, but also, we're looking at pulling in data from your MES systems. So how is your on-the-shop floor factory performance every day? So for me, those are the 3 points that you cannot get away with pulling together for a digital twin concept, because without those, you can't simulate against effectively how your factory operations are running today. You can't say, okay, what happens if we buy a new machine? What happens if this machine needs to be taken out of operation for a few days, and how that would affect the whole? So 3 key points there. But one thing that you actually asked at the end of that, so dealing with supplier collaboration and also kind of getting feedback from the products once they're out into the market. These are 2 of the things which, from a PLM point of view, we actually go a little bit further than what is the market standard, because we're looking to reduce the friction as much as possible when we send out specifications and tenders for suppliers to answer to, by having access to our system through a supplier portal. So we've always got the up-to-date information as good as we know it, because as we all see, we're in pretty volatile times in the market. In a lot of reasons contribute towards that, but it means that we can't always just assume that our supply base is going to be in a steady state. So, allowing suppliers access to specifications they've been invited to answer, as well as kind of allowing them to update information as it changes, is actually a key thing which is worth pointing out in this digital twin concept. The last bit I would say is actually increasing in importance is, we always go back to the market-based view versus the resource-based view. Resource-based view, what do we do as a company when we're making things? Market-based view, what is the market actually asking for, and how are they reacting to that? So we're starting to see a bigger ask, a bigger demand from our current customers, but also our prospects to link into feedback from online marketplaces. So this is kind of where we get to the PLM, product information management plus type concept. So, but to bring it back to the initial question, for me, the spine would be PLM, ERP, and MES. Those are the three things that you really cannot have a digital twin concept without.
Thank you. In this exponentially changing technology and world, Sébastien, what about the human factor? Is the smart factory revolution, where is the human role? How do you balance automation with human expertise, and what new skills are critical for the workforce in AI-driven F&B facilities?
I think what we need to emphasize here is that the technology is not here to replace the humans. From one side, we can separate these things in two. The first one is the machines and the technology are going to provide us, and they are actually providing accurate information, analytics, and so forth. But from the human side, what we can see, we have to provide part of the culture, right? A lot of insights, especially in food and beverage industry, we cannot compromise in quality, in safety, and customer trust. So the humans are to be there with the machines all together. And I see it more as a synergy and a partnership rather than replacing one and the other. And coming back to the skills, certainly we will need to reskill the people. And I am thinking, I am talking about digital troubleshooting, integration of different systems, and so forth. So the human element is very, very important, and is there where I think the success is going to be on how we manage these synergies between technology and the employees.
Thank you. Remain 3 minutes. Guys, if you have any question from the audience, we are ready to take the question. Or if no question, I would like to ask from the panelist itself, if you have to give, let's say, one sentence as a takeaway from your journey itself, from conception, from a solution maker till the end user, what will be, what will be your wish, knowing that currently in any company there is a clash between this transformation, while everybody feel that they are at the cliff and they need to jump, but they know that they cannot fly. What would be your takeaway for this audience? Say, guys, the 4.0 or this transformation, this new journey, it's something very, it's a necessity, because when we are in GCC with 8%, mean that the world is moving faster. From your expertise from Europe, from Far East, please, if you can help us.
If I could take that one first. Yeah, so I've been working on implementations in technology over the past 10 years, and one of the things that we always find with any new technology, there's always a lot of apprehension and fear, especially by people who work on a day-to-day. And so what I would say is I don't foresee AI being this dark force that takes people's jobs, but what I do see it as is it's a pretty revolutionary tool, and the people and the companies that learn to get along with it and use it early, that's who is going to be replacing, taking someone's job. So it's people that use the tool effectively that are going to be getting ahead there, and companies that are able to be on board with such an innovation, carefully, I might add. There won't be a press one button and everything is taken care of for a long, long time. But yeah, companies who can take that on carefully but consistently are going to be the ones who really benefit from this in the early and mid stages.
Yeah, let me comment for ourselves. As I talked earlier, for AI in our own company has certainly reduced our need to hire more people. And for our products that we're selling to our customers, we're providing a full automated solution so that they can easily get rid of their trash with fewer people. You don't need the people to take bags of rubbish out to the back into some bin. We're right at the end of the product line where the waste, whether it's preparation waste or whether it's post-consumer waste, can easily be got rid of without human intervention. And so we're helping at both ends in our own company and with our customers' solutions.
So from my side, what shall I say is that first we really need to develop the master plan. You start with the first piece, one by one. Certainly, I think communication is very, very important. So it is important that the task force see what is coming and why it's coming. I don't think we should wait too much because the industry is growing very fast. And in order to comply with the regulatory requirements, international standards, we need to really be much more efficient than what we are today.
Thank you.
Hi, I want to say one thing. When someone says we should do the digital transformation, someone, the other person might refuse, resist. This is very common in the world, not only in Japan, not only Middle East, not only Southeast Asia, everywhere. And I observed many companies achieved that digital transformation, but some company failed. When actually I observed most of success company has the two things. The one is very good leadership for the digital transformation. The second is bottom-up approach. Not only top-down, but bottom-up is a very significant activity when in my observation. Sometimes the digital transformation is led by bottom-up, using the bottom-up approach. Then sometimes that opinion is not matching to the company, so that activity stops. Conversely, if the top-down approach is not matching to the site level, operator level, engineer level, if it is not matching, that activity also stops. So I want to emphasize the company, as a one company, everyone should be involved in the digital transformation. And Yokogawa has the tools and methodology to organize that, task force team, and we can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite an insightful panel. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. We're going to go right into our last focus topic right before our network break, taking us from the internet and the automation and the AI into solar power and the benefits it has already been bringing to the food sector. Some of the benefits you have already seen, some of it maybe you are looking into. We're discussing the reduction of the reliance on traditional energy sources, lowering operational costs, of course, everybody's dream, decreasing greenhouse gas emissions, and many other benefits that the consumer may be seeing on the shelves. How can we implement solar solutions that can also enhance the resilience of food production facilities by providing a reliable and, of course, sustainable solution and an energy source? We welcome now on stage for this topic the Global Director and Climate Ambassador at Horizon Power Energy for her presentation, Hanan Ait Tourdi.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we have the presentation? Yes. Okay. Yes, well. So it's an honor to join you in the Future Food Forum 2025. My name is Hanan. I'm the Global Director and Ambassador Climate Change from Shensia Company, holding based in the UAE, having as a strategy for Europe, Africa, and Middle East. So we just heard about the technology, AI. All those technologies need sustainable energy and solar stable before. That's why today we'll talk about renewable energy, especially for solar part, how we can implement this, and how we can have a benefit in terms of reducing carbon and also impacting for environment clear. Let's start by introducing our holding. A local company, international, have a strategic for many sectors in electricity, starting from substation, transmission line, oil and gas, power station, infrastructure, and specialized in renewable energy, especially solar part. Today, bringing from utility scale, we can discuss also about the industrial food sector, how we can bring solar energy and how we can have a benefit on. So irrigation part, today it's a must to have solar to benefit for all technologies in the sector. Our goal both, today we will speak about productivity, efficiency, and also making positive impact in every installation. Our references in the renewable energy solar part, especially in Africa, Europe, and not only in the Middle East, GCC Gulf section. So let's start with the first slide. Yeah. As you see here, we have the first case from the year 2000. The price of electricity was going up. And we have in 2024, we reach 45 fields in kilowatt hour. This case makes it very expensive for industry, especially food factories that need power all the time. We have, as we can value high cost of energy and dependent on the fossil fuel like oil and gas, and more pressure to reduce carbon print. For the food industry, this is a big challenge because the production cannot stop. This is why the solar energy is a strategic solution. Why it's not coming? Yes. Thank you. It's okay? Yeah. So, Now we'll discuss about why the solar is a strategic solution. Today, for solar part, it's a must. It's not a choice. Because to benefit to all those technologies like AI and the other innovation, we need to have stable installation before. So we have the sun for free, the bills will be reduced immediately, and the solar protection industry from market price is changed. So the investment will be returned during usually 3 to 5 years maximum. This means we will have lower cost and the factory will use them independence in terms of electricity. We'll see now about the benefits of the solar system in the details. Why it's returned? Why it's returned? Yeah. 3 times? Maybe the monitor?
Forward and backwards. Yeah?
Ah, both. Okay.
This goes forward.
Yes.
So don't touch.
Yes. So we'll go now. Yes. We'll discuss about the specific benefit for food processing implementation. So as you see, we have the installation. We can do study for free, and having our electrical engineering ready to mobilize everywhere, we can have self-conception and we can have storage to benefit from the value of the BSS part. For the special case, we can have one discussion now. Imagine a factory that we have 2 gigawatt-hour of electricity per year. So 1 megawatt solar system on the rooftop or the parking. In this factory, we can save more than 50% on the electricity bills and about 80 million dirhams in 25 years. This can support and reduce more than 800 tons of CO2 every year. So it shows solar is good for business and also its benefit for the industrial part. Let's see the implementation, how it is very simple. Yeah. Each factory receives a technical proposal from our engineer for free. And we will have to mobilize all our technical parts to know about the new technology to implement and also how we can deal to benefit for more storage. It can be via all the new innovation, or it can be also using the actual situation that we will find under your factory. As a specialist from utility project, doing commercial and industrial parts, it's not challengeable for us. We will have also maintenance as services continuously from ourselves, as we have the base to do EPC from large scale to commercial and industrial scale. The good performance, you will have it till 25 years. Let's now have the industry, how to act today. Already 85% of the leaders of the industrial food in the GCC and the UAE and Europe have reached to do this installation of solar system. So renewable energy, it's not only an investment for today, but it will bring value for the climate change impacting. By investing now, industrial cannot cost only for the installation, but you will have a benefit to have all those technologies and accede to the new business independent. It is the right time to join really and to ask about our services and ask about last technologies less innovation, in terms of installation and quantity for the business. So, to conclude, electricity price is higher, and we can reduce by installing solar, doing renewable energy, having impact change for carbon emission footprint, and also having sustainable solar solution that drive you to have more installation and sustainable independent utilization of electricity. This is not only for saving costs, but also to be according to the vision of the country and having everything related to the new technology access. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hanan, for taking us on this insight of the benefits of solar power in the food industry. Before I let you go on the longer break of the day, I want to take your opinion in our poll before we go for the long break for 20 minutes. We have a quick poll brought to us by our sponsor, Pinar, wanting to know a couple of questions. Since you are the industry experts, we'd love to hear your opinion on the next question. I think we may have just one question before I let you go. So let's see if we can have the QR code for the poll, please, on screen. These questions are actually a big way for us to gauge the opinion of those of you who attend our Future Food series, and a lot of them end up in our research papers, articles, and any of the documentations that we provide whenever there's proposals or suggestions for new group. Here's the question we'd love to hear from you on: how soon do you think smart factories will become the industry standard in the GCC? We heard a lot about smart systems and smart solutions in the industry. Within 3 years, 3 to 5, 5 to 10, and more than 10 years. I believe, yeah, it's fair to say, some of it is less than 3 years, but it's fair to say majority of you think we're discussing short term. This is within 3 years to see smart factories becoming an industry standard. With that, I'm going to send you off for our 20 minutes break, and we'll see you back for the final last 2 topics before we conclude day 2 of Future Food series. Enjoy your break. By the way, if you'd like a quick access to the food break, the area here, we open the doors on the right side. So help yourself for the break. You can access it through the doors.
الحياة تحتاج إلى حب. والحب كل شيء تباه تحبه. تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك. الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسياً بالعالم. في عام 1996 استبدلت الشركة 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي العام نفسه أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة، وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءاً من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم. في عام 2019 استحوذت المراعي على شركة بريمير فود، ومن ثم أطلقت علامتها التجارية بريمير شيف في عام 2021، وهي خطوة أتاحت تقديم حلول متميزة صممها متخصصون في قطاع الأطعمة من خلال مرافق وتقنيات متطورة ومتقدمة، لتستمر المراعي في مقدمة الشركات المقدمة لخدمات الأطعمة. وتصل قيمة المراعي السوقية في الوقت الحالي إلى ما يقارب 55 مليار ريال سعودي، وتقدر قيمة علامتها التجارية ب14 مليار و600 مليون ريال سعودي. وكأكبر منتج وموزع للأغذية والمشروبات في الشرق الأوسط، لدى المراعي أكثر من 635 منتجاً متنوعاً عبر أكثر من 20 علامة تجارية، ويصل إنتاجها لملياري كيلوغرام سنوياً، أي ما يقارب وزن 11,000 طائرة نقل ركاب كبيرة الحجم. أنشأت المراعي 6 مزارع ضخمة للأبقار تضم أكثر من 177 ألف رأس من الأبقار، التي لو تم وضعها في صف واحد لوصلت الرياض بالدمار، وتنتج حوالي 1.5 مليار لتر من الحليب سنوياً، وهي كمية مكافئة لحمولة 30 سفينة تيتانيك. لتوفير الأعلاف لهذه الأعداد الكبيرة من الأبقار، تمتلك المراعي مزارع في الأرجنتين والولايات المتحدة، كما تم إنشاء مرفق خاص في ميناء الملك عبد الله في رابغ لاستخدامه مركزاً للاستيراد والتخزين. تجوب المراعي العالم لانتقاء أجود الفاكهة لتقدم ألذ العصائر، ويصل إنتاجها لأكثر من 650 مليون عبوة عصير منعشة سنوياً. وعند الحديث عن المخبوزات، ومن خلال مصانعها التي تعادل 16 ملعب كرة قدم بحجمها، ويوجد بها أطول فرن بالعالم، يصل إنتاجها لما يفوق 2 مليار قطعة شهية من المخبوزات سنوياً. وانطلاقاً من اهتمام المراعي بغذاء الطفل، أسست الشركة الدولية لأغذية الأطفال IPNC بطاقة إنتاجية تصل إلى 45 مليون عبوة من حليب الأطفال سنوياً. أما عن قطاع الدواجن، فلدى المراعي 5 مزارع دواجن عملاقة تمكنها من أن تنتج ما يفوق 260 مليون دجاجة سنوياً تصل طازجة من اليوم كل يوم. كل هذه المنتجات تخضع لأكثر من 39 ألف اختبار للجودة يومياً، للتأكد من أن كل منتج يصل بأفضل جودة. تنطلق منتجات المراعي من 250 مركز توزيع من خلال أسطول مكون من أكثر من 10,000 شاحنة تقطع مسافة تفوق رحلة من الأرض للقمر كل يوم، وتصل ل 220 ألف نقطة بيع موجودة في 7 دول. عائلة كبيرة مترابطة تضم أكثر من 40 ألفاً من صناع الجودة، يساهمون بكل فخر بتوفير المنتجات الغذائية لأكثر من 150 مليون مستهلك في المملكة العربية السعودية والخليج العربي ومصر والأردن. ولم تقف المهمة هنا. كجزء من خطة المراعي للتوسع والمساهمة بتأمين الغذاء، أعلنت عن استثمارات بمبلغ 7 مليار ريال سعودي في قطاع الدواجن عام 2021، وتهدف لوصول إنتاجها إلى 450 مليون دجاجة سنوياً خلال ال5 سنوات اللاحقة، وتستعد للدخول في قطاع اللحوم الحمراء، ولديها خطة استثمار في قطاع المأكولات البحرية. كما استحوذت المراعي بالكامل في عام 2022 على شركة بيك مارت في الإمارات والبحرين في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 95.5 مليون ريال سعودي. وفي العام نفسه استحوذت بالكامل أيضاً على الشركة الحديثة لصناعة المواد الغذائية في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 250 مليون ريال سعودي، وذلك لتوسيع نطاق منتجاتها في قطاع المخبوزات. كما استحوذت بالكامل في مطلع العام 2023 على شركة الألبان والعصائر المحدودة في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 255 مليون ريال سعودي. تحرص المراعي على إبقاء روح الابتكار حية ضمن فريقها، ولديها في كل لحظة قرابة 50 منتجاً في طور التطوير، ومنها ما وصل بالفعل للرفوف كالآيس كريم وسلمون سيما والشاي المثلج آيس ليف وحليب المراعي بروتين وخبز توست لوزين ساوردو وخبز التورتيلا. عدد كبير من الجوائز والتصنيفات العالمية والإقليمية والمحلية حازت عليها المراعي، مثل رابع أكبر علامة تجارية للألبان قيمة عالمياً حسب تصنيف براند فاينانس، وأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية ومنتجات الألبان في المملكة العربية السعودية، ولوزين كأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية في المملكة العربية السعودية والإمارات. وستكمل المراعي تقديم المنتجات الأفضل كل يوم بجودة تستحق الثقة.
At Spinneys, we are committed to driving innovation and sustainability across our operations. We are not only reducing food waste, but also creating valuable agricultural resources, thus advancing towards a more sustainable future for the UAE. Over the past 6 months, select Spinneys stores in Abu Dhabi have been part of a groundbreaking trial, and the results are nothing short of phenomenal. In a visionary move towards combating food waste and promoting eco-friendly agriculture, Spinneys has committed to harnessing the power of black soldier fly larvae. This innovative approach not only addresses the pressing issue of food waste, but also opens new avenues for sustainable resource management in the UAE's agricultural sector. Spinneys managed to significantly decrease the amount of food waste sent to landfill by diverting this food waste stream to Circa Biotech. The partnership will now see all Spinneys Abu Dhabi stores diverting food waste material to the innovative agricultural feed production facility. We use every venue and platform to ensure that our staff are aware of the benefits, ways, and procedures of the insect feed project. Select Spinneys stores have separate bins for waste fruit, vegetables, and breads. Our temperature-controlled trucks and well-trained drivers collects the refuse and transport to Circa Biotech facility in Al Ain. All waste materials are grinded and stored in humid temperature to increase fermentation level. Inoculation is the act of implanting a pathogen or other microbe or virus. It is a method of artificially inducing immunity against various infectious diseases. Larvae are produced in massive numbers until they reach the period of harvest. After harvest, they are processed either as protein-rich animal feed, organic fertilizers, or sustainable biofuel. Riding on the success of this trial, our partnership is now expanding in phases across all our Abu Dhabi sites. This move not only tackles the nagging issue of food waste, but also opens new doors for sustainable resource management within the UAE's burgeoning agricultural sector.
الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك. الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسياً بالعالم. في عام 1996 استبدلت الشركة 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي العام نفسه أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة، وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءاً من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم. في عام 2019 استحوذت المراعي على شركة بريمير فود، ومن ثم أطلقت علامتها التجارية بريمير شيف في عام 2021، وهي خطوة أتاحت تقديم حلول متميزة صممها متخصصون في قطاع الأطعمة من خلال مرافق وتقنيات متطورة ومتقدمة، لتستمر المراعي في مقدمة الشركات المقدمة لخدمات الأطعمة. وتصل قيمة المراعي السوقية في الوقت الحالي إلى ما يقارب 55 مليار ريال سعودي، وتقدر قيمة علامتها التجارية ب14 مليار و600 مليون ريال سعودي. وكأكبر منتج وموزع للأغذية والمشروبات في الشرق الأوسط، لدى المراعي أكثر من 635 منتجاً متنوعاً عبر أكثر من 20 علامة تجارية، ويصل إنتاجها لملياري كيلوغرام سنوياً، أي ما يقارب وزن 11,000 طائرة نقل ركاب كبيرة الحجم. أنشأت المراعي 6 مزارع ضخمة للأبقار تضم أكثر من 177 ألف رأس من الأبقار، التي لو تم وضعها في صف واحد لوصلت الرياض بالدمار، وتنتج حوالي 1.5 مليار لتر من الحليب سنوياً، وهي كمية مكافئة لحمولة 30 سفينة تيتانيك. لتوفير الأعلاف لهذه الأعداد الكبيرة من الأبقار، تمتلك المراعي مزارع في الأرجنتين والولايات المتحدة، كما تم إنشاء مرفق خاص في ميناء الملك عبد الله في رابغ لاستخدامه مركزاً للاستيراد والتخزين. تجوب المراعي العالم لانتقاء أجود الفاكهة لتقدم ألذ العصائر، ويصل إنتاجها لأكثر من 650 مليون عبوة عصير منعشة سنوياً. وعند الحديث عن المخبوزات ومن خلال مصانعها التي تعادل 16 ملعب كرة قدم بحجمها، ويوجد بها أطول فرن بالعالم، يصل إنتاجها لما يفوق 2 قطعة شهية من المخبوزات سنوياً. وانطلاقاً من اهتمام المراعي بغذاء الطفل، أسست الشركة الدولية لأغذية الأطفال IPNC بطاقة إنتاجية تصل إلى 45 مليون عبوة من حليب الأطفال سنوياً. أما عن قطاع الدواجن، فلدى المراعي 5 مزارع دواجن عملاقة تمكنها من أن تنتج ما يفوق 260 مليون دجاجة سنوياً تصل طازجة من اليوم كل يوم. كل هذه المنتجات تخضع لأكثر من 39 ألف اختبار للجودة يومياً للتأكد من أن كل منتج يصل بأفضل جودة. تنطلق منتجات المراعي من 250 مركز توزيع من خلال أسطول مكون من أكثر من 10,000 شاحنة تقطع مسافة تفوق رحلة من الأرض للقمر كل يوم، وتصل ل 220 ألف نقطة بيع موجودة في 7 دول. عائلة كبيرة مترابطة تضم أكثر من 40 ألفاً من صناع الجودة، يساهمون بكل فخر بتوفير المنتجات الغذائية لأكثر من 150 مليون مستهلك في المملكة العربية السعودية والخليج العربي ومصر والأردن. ولم تقف المهمة هنا، كجزء من خطة المراعي للتوسع والمساهمة بتأمين الغذاء، أعلنت عن استثمارات بمبلغ 7 مليار ريال سعودي في قطاع الدواجن عام 2021، وتهدف لوصول إنتاجها إلى 450 مليون دجاجة سنوياً خلال ال5 سنوات اللاحقة، وتستعد للدخول في قطاع اللحوم الحمراء، ولديها خطة استثمار في قطاع المأكولات البحرية. كما استحوذت المراعي بالكامل في عام 2022 على شركة بيك مارت في الإمارات والبحرين في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 95.5 مليون ريال سعودي. وفي العام نفسه استحوذت بالكامل أيضاً على الشركة الحديثة لصناعة المواد الغذائية في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 250 مليون ريال سعودي، وذلك لتوسيع نطاق منتجاتها في قطاع المخبوزات. كما استحوذت بالكامل في مطلع العام 2023 على شركة الألبان والعصائر المحدودة في صفقة بلغت قيمتها 255 مليون ريال سعودي. تحرص المراعي على إبقاء روح الابتكار حية ضمن فريقها، ولديها في كل لحظة قرابة 50 منتجاً في طور التطوير، ومنها ما وصل بالفعل للرفوف كالآيس كريم وسلمون سيما والشاي المثلج آيس ليف وحليب المراعي بروتين وخبز توست لوزين ساوردو وخبز التورتيلا. عدد كبير من الجوائز والتصنيفات العالمية والإقليمية والمحلية حازت عليها المراعي، مثل رابع أكبر علامة تجارية للألبان قيمة عالمياً حسب تصنيف براند فاينانس، وأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية ومنتجات الألبان في المملكة العربية السعودية، ولوزين كأفضل علامة تجارية للسلع الغذائية في المملكة العربية السعودية والإمارات. وستكمل المراعي تقديم المنتجات الأفضل كل يوم بجودة تستحق الثقة.
Spinneys, we are committed to driving innovation and sustainability across our operations. We are not only reducing food waste, but also creating valuable agricultural resources, thus advancing towards a more sustainable future for the UAE. Over the past 6 months, select Spinneys stores in Abu Dhabi have been part of a groundbreaking trial, and the results are nothing short of phenomenal. In a visionary move towards combating food waste and promoting eco-friendly agriculture, Spinneys has committed to harnessing the power of black soldier fly larvae. This innovative approach not only addresses the pressing issue of food waste, but also opens new avenues for sustainable resource management in the UAE's agricultural sector. Spinneys managed to significantly decrease the amount of food waste sent to landfill by diverting this food waste stream to Circa Biotech. The partnership will now see all Spinneys Abu Dhabi stores diverting food waste material to the innovative agricultural feed production facility. We use every venue and platform to ensure that our staff are aware of the benefits, ways, and procedures of the insect feed project. Select Spinneys stores have separate bins for waste fruit, vegetables, and breads. Our temperature-controlled trucks and well-trained drivers collects the refuse and transport to Circa Biotech facility in Al Ain. All waste materials are grinded and stored in humid temperature to increase fermentation level. Inoculation is the act of implanting a pathogen or other microbe or virus. It is a method of artificially inducing immunity against various infectious diseases. Larvae are produced in massive numbers until they reach the period of harvest. After harvest, they are processed either as protein-rich animal feed, organic fertilizers, or sustainable biofuel. Riding on the success of this trial, our partnership is now expanding in phases across all our Abu Dhabi sites. This move not only tackles the nagging issue of food waste, but also opens new doors for sustainable resource management within the UAE's burgeoning agricultural sector.
الحياة تحتاج لحب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك. الحياة تحتاج لحب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسياً بالعالم. في عام 1996 استبدلت الشركة 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي العام نفسه أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة، وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءاً من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم. في عام 2019 استحوذت المراعي على شركة بريمير فود، ومن ثم أطلقت علامتها التجارية بريمير شيف في عام 2021، وهي خطوة أتاحت تقديم حلول متميزة صممها متخصصون في قطاع الأطعمة من خلال مرافق وتقنيات متطورة ومتقدمة، لتستمر المراعي في مقدمة الشركات المقدمة لخدمات الأطعمة. وتصل قيمة المراعي السوقية في الوقت الحالي إلى ما يقارب 55 مليار ريال سعودي، وتقدر قيمة علامتها التجارية ب14 مليار و600 مليون ريال سعودي. وكأكبر منتج وموزع للأغذية والمشروبات في الشرق الأوسط، لدى المراعي أكثر من 635 منتجاً متنوعاً عبر أكثر من 20 علامة تجارية، ويصل إنتاجها لملياري كيلوغرام سنوياً، أي ما يقارب وزن 11,000 طائرة نقل ركاب كبيرة الحجم. أنشأت المراعي 6 مزارع ضخمة للأبقار تضم أكثر من 177 ألف رأس من الأبقار، التي لو تم وضعها في صف واحد لوصلت الرياض بالدمار، وتنتج حوالي 1.5 مليار لتر من الحليب سنوياً، وهي كمية مكافئة لحمولة 30 سفينة تيتانيك. لتوفير الأعلاف لهذه الأعداد الكبيرة من الأبقار، تمتلك المراعي مزارع في الأرجنتين والولايات المتحدة، كما تم إنشاء مرفق خاص في ميناء الملك عبد الله في رابغ لاستخدامه مركزاً للاستيراد والتخزين. تجوب المراعي العالم لانتقاء أجود الفاكهة لتقدم ألذ العصائر، ويصل إنتاجها لأكثر من 650 مليون عبوة عصير منعشة سنوياً. وعند الحديث عن المخبوزات، ومن خلال مصانعها التي تعادل 16 ملعب كرة قدم بحجمها، ويوجد بها أطول فرن بالعالم يصل إنتاجها لما يفوق 2 قطعة شهية من المخبوزات سنوياً. وانطلاقاً من اهتمام المراعي بغذاء الطفل، أسست الشركة الدولية لأغذية الأطفال IPNC بطاقة إنتاجية تصل إلى 45 مليون عبوة من حليب الأطفال سنوياً. أما عن قطاع الدواجن، فلدى المراعي 5 مزارع دواجن عملاقة تمكنها من أن تنتج ما يفوق 260 مليون دجاجة سنوياً تصل طازجة من اليوم كل يوم. كل هذه المنتجات تخضع لأكثر من 39 ألف اختبار للجودة يومياً للتأكد من أن كل منتج يصل بأفضل جودة. تنطلق منتجات المراعي من 250 مركز توزيع
cannot. Welcome back after a very well-deserved break. This is day 2, the final day of the Future Food Series in its 7th annual edition 2025. This upcoming session is the session before we wrap up, before our final session. So you do have a challenge to engage your audience in a topic that's quite challenging. It's not very easy to navigate. Some would describe it as a dry but very essential topic. This next expert panel is going to touch on next generation food safety and quality assurance in F&B manufacturing. Why is that important? See, marketing is on my head. That's why I say marketing. Why is that important? Because when we talk about AI, changing consumer needs, changing demographics, of course, geopolitical crisis. When we talk about all of these, the first thing that gets affected is quality. And when quality is affected, I'm not going to tell you what happens because you know more than me. So help me, please, in welcoming our experts that are coming from all across the industry sector. And I'm going to start with welcoming our first panelist, Engineer Ahmed bin Mohammed Abu Al-Ghaith, who's the Executive Vice President, Quality and Support Services for the giant Al-Mara'i. Welcome on stage. We're going to welcome also the F&B Business Development Manager at Spirax, Sarco Middle East, Kirill Safanov. Welcome on stage. Joining him is the Food Safety Auditor, very important, and Head Section at SGS, Meera Krishnadas. Welcome on stage. And Hissa Al-Sumaiti, who's the acting head of Applied Nutrition and Awareness section at Dubai Municipality. Very variety of entities and experts giving you on this panel. And I'll also welcome our panelist for this session, Michael Liri Rivera Malonzo, who's the Senior Nutrition Food Safety Awareness Officer and Project Manager also at Dubai Municipality. You're the majority now in the municipality. No one can do anything. I will ask you one thing, please. May I just switch and have the moderator sit here and have our lovely lady? You will still be next to Dubai municipality, so you won't go very far. Thank you. Please, I'll just quick reminder. Try to always speak into the microphone, because when you turn left and right, the audience will not pick up the audio. And your timer is right there on the left, 40 minutes, so you don't see me doing this to you.
No.
All the best.
Is this for you? No.
Mic test. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying with us for the second day of Future Food. I think our MC have raised valid information about the importance of food safety and food security. Now, even before we start, I want to give you some information. I think for food safety people and food security, this sounds cliche, right? But currently, 1 out of 10 people fall ill after eating contaminated food. And since I started food safety, the same data is given by WHO. The question is, are we doing enough, right? And out of 1 out of 10, 420,000 people actually die every year. And that's not the worst part. 125,000 of these are actually children. Children who cannot decide what to eat. Children cannot pick their own food. They rely on adults. They rely on the industry. And they rely to us in terms of food consumption. So today we want to look into the future of food safety, sustainability, and nutrition, because we believe that currently you cannot talk about food security without talking about these 3 topics. And I am very happy that we have a very diverse set of panel members. Our conversations have been amazing. They have amazing input. So I want to start with the question of the future and what's next in terms of food safety, quality assurance, and these topics. You know, in Dubai, I must say that this is the best place to talk about the future, if you all agree. Just a bit of a data. We are importing and exporting 10 million tons of food every year, and we are serving and importing from 181 different countries globally. So with this, talking about Dubai, we have a clear strategic path in terms of our goals. We have the UN SDG goals. If everyone is aware, we have the Dubai 2033 plan. I want to start from an industry perspective. Ahmad, what do you think is the future of food safety?
First of all, I would like to thank you to give me this chance. And my privilege to represent Al-Marai in this esteemed stage together with the friend leaders. The food safety, we believe in the future it will look different than the ordinary way and traditional way we do. We used to have the food safety just concerned about the microbiology and some of the ingredient and contents in the product. But we believe our consumer now looking more than that. We are expecting in the future about nutrition, how the product is benefiting the consumer, how it is made from the farm to the fork. All these details and transparency, we believe it will be more focus from the customer in the near future. And that will lead of changing the way of representing the food safety for the consumer, depending on the new generation and the different language could be read by the consumer. That is lead us to search for short and some of the technology like the AI, Internet of Things. It will help to represent our complete supply chains to make sure our consumer is confident from the product consumed.
I think it's amazing for us to hear from the industry that we are prioritizing food safety, sustainability, and nutrition. And moving forward, with the utilization of artificial intelligence, that's a good benchmark for everybody. Now, thank you so much, Ahmed. Hessa is my boss, by the way. So, Hessa, we are very proud to say that Dubai municipality is advancing nutrition, food safety, and sustainability from artificial intelligence perspective. We are heavy in developments, and we are making sure that the knowledge basis of artificial intelligence is from a regulatory perspective. Can you give us insights about the future?
Sure. Thank you, Michael. I believe that Dubai is already one of the global leaders in technology and using technology in food safety. So now, currently, I'm not talking about future. Currently, we are using many technologies. We're using AI tools that help inspectors to take decisions based on guidelines that we provide. So the future of AI, future of food safety, I believe is a collaborative way, or it's an ecosystem that where food safety, nutrition, and sustainability will be working together. It's not only about food safety, but taking into consideration that all these elements works together. It's also involving community and taking action. So it's not only about regulation, but also about community and industry involvement in guidelines and regulation.
Yep, thank you, Hessa. I think we all agree that all the developments and the step forwards must always be people-centered. And still on the path of artificial intelligence, just to share a bit of information. So our department is also conducting a lot of awareness session, and our approaches varies not only for technology but also about behavioral insights. So we understand the needs of the community and the industry, and we build the capacity from that. So just to share, 2 weeks ago we had a session for artificial intelligence because we want to make sure that everyone's on the same path in terms of using AI, and we tested the knowledge of I won't say 100% of the people, but most of technical experts. And I must say that most people are still limited to ChatGPT and Gemini, right? So we are still a bit behind in terms of moving forward and understanding the functionalities of AI, whether we're talking about narrow, generative, or agentic. We are very early to this. And with AI, Mira, you've been an auditor, and what's your take on this? Do we have any new technology that drives auditing forward, even for microbial testing and digital monitoring? Do we have anything that are happening now, and what are the things that are in early stages?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity, and it's indeed a pleasure to be with a great panel. And when it comes to auditing, I would say that predictive analytics is being used in different areas. That's what we have started implementing AI with. So there is predictive microbiology, and then you have this product imaging, which has been used for the manufacturing or production purposes. And when you do a self-auditing, the data which is collected through this predictive analytics is helpful. And for carrying out a traceabilities, which is very much important when it comes to auditing, AI has definitely been taking up a lot of information and summarized it, and it makes it easier. The job is done easier. And auditing, usually it's done on platforms now rather than much, you don't have to go paper-wise. So we do on a platform, and sometimes when it is integrated with the AI technology, it's just making it much easier, more efficient as well.
Yep, I think it's the way to move forward is AI helping us to be more predictive. And the data that we have can help us understand what are the risks that might happen. Now, I want to hear from an engineer's perspective from the industry, Kirill. what are the new advancements and what are we looking forward in terms of the manufacturing sector?
Questions, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, of course, artificial intelligence can help us to provide a lot of, not provide, manage with a lot of data and so on to help us understand what's going on and so on. But it's a good, and we have in our engineering process, we have a lot of case when we met good example when artificial intelligence and digital can help us save money on sustainability points and to be sure that our product very safe for customer, for suppliers, for people, by the way. But another way, we need to be sure that all of artificial intelligence understand what's going on. And so we need to have we need to have an expert who provides this information to artificial intelligence. And sometimes we make a gap between what exactly we need and what the ChatGPT told me, for example. Yeah, so it's a big questions how to cover this points, and yeah, sometimes it's really challenging. But by the way, it's a future, and it's nearest future. We have very quick and time here, and so we really expect that our next future, nearest future, will be with artificial intelligence and digital. So we try to combine all of our experience, technical experience. We try to combine all of our technical solution with, of course, with digital, and it can help our customer factories to be sure that they provide good product.
I totally agree. I think the only way to move forward is, to embrace the future. And to do this, we have a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of quality assurance in the manufacturing sector, whether it's about data and, again, introducing artificial intelligence to the manufacturing sector. And I know there's no way to move forward but to embrace technology and artificial intelligence, if you all agree. And in Dubai, we always make sure that we're inclusive of the developments. And Ahmed, I know that Almaraya has been on the forefront of development and advancing technology in terms of quality assurance and food safety. What are your tips for SMEs or emerging establishments to embrace the developments, artificial intelligence or any other developments, without holding back because of cost limitations? Any tips to our SMEs?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very important question. When you are the market leader, there will be more responsibility to briefing to the SME about the technology and the intelligent applications. And with the size of Almarai, you cannot continue and sustainable without using the data and integrate it to the smart operation so that you can make the right decisions. And for the SMEs, is already proven concept. And for their size, they can adapt their system easily and quickly because they are still agile and they can easily implement the technology. Today, the cost, I believe it is affordable. They can adapt it according to their size. And there is already proofing application applied from the big company. And the day by day, those such of application, it's becoming more available. More companies is there in the field. It can study and it can implement the tailor-made solutions according to the size of the company. Even if you talk about the price, it is also reasonable.
Yep.
comparing with the benefit they will get. And to talk the language of today language, they need to implement it from early stage.
Yep. Thank you so much, Ahmed. Mira, you have been in contact with the food businesses yourself, right? With doing audits, and you've seen what are the current needs in terms of stepping up and the technology that has to be known by the SMEs. Any insights on this?
Well, it comes to SMEs. The benefit is that there have already been a lot of food and beverage manufacturers in the country, in the whole world. So since AI works on the history collected from all the, so it already has a database of all the risk that has already been experienced by all the food and beverage manufacturers of different sectors. So this is going to help the SMEs in predicting the contamination or the risk or the outbreaks even without having to face them. So it is like a large database which is analyzed and based on the climatic factors about the industry, how their processing happens. With a change in the range or the variation, AI can help in predicting the contamination risk or any kind of major outbreaks that could happen. But when it comes to cost, yes, that could be a challenge for them. But considering the benefits, it would still be helpful if they can start from the early stages as well.
Thank you, Mira. And I think one of the highlights of what you said, Ahmed, is you said that SMEs are still agile. And, agility is really important in terms of developing a certain organization or a company or a process. And we are running in sprints. We're not doing a marathon, so we could help them build their capacity. And again, Almarai is there and other companies, may probably on the FNB group, who could they with benchmarking would be probably good. Okay, so the next question would be, since we are a mixture of government and industry, I want to share that some programs in DM promotes partnership, right? And for example, I would like to mention the I Pledge to Food Safety initiative as one of the programs that aims to promote partnership between the government and public sector, as we aim to leave SDG number 17. If we're aware of SDG number 17, that's partnership for the goals. And we always believe that the touch points of the consumers are through the industry. So I would like to ask whoever wants to answer, what is the needed collaboration between stakeholders, the government, and the industry?
Okay, if I may answer to that. From a government perspective, collaboration between industry, community, and the regulatory authorities such as Dubai Municipality, it is very important, especially when building new technologies, when building new platforms, when planning for a new technology or a guideline, for example. So taking into mind the needs of the industry is very important as government sector. So instead of planning from top to down, we need to involve the industry in our regulation, in our guidelines, to fully understand what is the need, and then later on to prevent any kind of problems or challenges that might occur. So it is important to involve them in early stages and make sure that all the needs that are from the industry side is covered. We as Dubai Municipality, we're not only here as a regulatory authority, but we are here to support the industry, the community, through workshops, through systems, technologies, any kind of communication that is easier for them to reach out. Yes.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that's the way to move forward, is to make sure that we involve each stakeholder in either it's a new development, a new program, or policy making. And I think we have DM has some partners here. I could see Sharon from the end, from Spinies, and I think a lot of people from the F&B group are helping us to reach out to the consumers and raise awareness to specific issues that are relevant. Mira, again, you have been in touch with the industry. So what do you think are the most important things to collaborate right now? For collaboration, what do you think are the most crucial things?
When it comes to collaboration, always first we are looking at the consumers, right? So government, when it comes in collaboration with the industry, the thing is, with the AI, chatbots and things like that, it is easier for the industry to collect the information from the consumer, so on a real time. And with that, definitely that's going to help the consumers and even the regulatory bodies to work on based on the consumer requirements. So even the regulations could be developed accordingly, and it's going to be easier even for the industries.
Yep, right. Going now to the consumers, since we're talking about the consumers, I think most of us will agree that we have smarter consumers now. In terms of level of awareness, they're way smarter than ever. It's because of social media. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think social media affects every individual in terms of not only marketing, but dissemination of information. And there's a big need now for transparency. And people would demand more nutritious and various information on the labels. Ahmed, in terms of transparency and information, I think you have an exposure to this, and you have a good opinion on how to raise awareness to both ends, the industry and the consumers.
As you mentioned, transparency, it's according to your audience and who's going to consume your product. And it's very important to do a lot of cooperation with the government entity and regulatory to increase the awareness of the consumer. Today, if you take Almarai as a benchmark, we have controlled as the biggest vertical company producing food. So we have the complete chain from the farm to the fork. And it's easy for us to implement, like using the QR, customer can easily access to all the information. But even though awareness is so important and more transparency, it will lead to more information required. It will help the consumer to increase the knowledge about the nutrition fact, about how it is get produced, how it is sustainable, how it is environmental friendly. All of this, it's becoming a concern to our consumer, and we have to adapt. We have to uplift our standard to meet the consumer expectation. But again, this should work together with regulatory affair in each countries.
Yep, 100%. And as I said earlier, I think people are more aware now. And I remember back in 2015 when we launched the UN SDGs, and globally, people have agreed to reduce, our leaders have agreed to reduce food waste and loss at least by 50% on 2030, by 2030. And we are talking about 10% of gas emissions. And people are being more aware. So now sustainability becomes not only a strategic obligation, but it becomes a moral obligation to everybody. So in terms of increasing trust, I think we have a bit more time. So in terms of trust, how do we elevate the trust of the brands in the face of the public? Anyone would like to add in?
Sure. As for the consumer trust as regulatory authority, it's our role to make sure that, for example, on products, so all the nutritional information is available, calories are declared, not only on the product, but also on the food menus in restaurants. So we have initiatives coming that all the food menus on restaurants all the calories declared, like allergens should be declared. So as you said, the consumers are more smart now compared to before. So they know about the ingredients, what causes them allergic reaction or what calories they want to consume. So we give this authority or the choice of choosing what is suitable for the consumer. They have this ability to choose what is right for them.
Right.
So this is keeping transparency. Moreover, if in case like for import and export or inspection tools, the traders or food importers or food establishments, they can see their like their entry or actions that is entered by the municipality in time from any part of the world. They can log into the system and see what is the next action that needs to be taken. If there is any contravention or any documents that needs to be submitted, they will have access to these data from any place. Yeah.
Thank you, Hessa. So for our last question, I want to give the floor to our panel members. I want to ask, what are we looking forward in terms of the developments, in terms of food safety, sustainability, nutrition, and quality assurance? What would be the future? What are we looking forward? Do you want to start, Mira?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. We are actually looking how AI could be helping for sustainability, for food safety. So as of now, what we have is the analytics. So what AI does now is collection of the history, a lot of information, and giving it to you. Even, for example, when you see the product imaging, it can identify, it can tell you this is what's going to happen from the history. But what we would like to see is the AI coming into action. It can analyze, it can give you the results, but how it can do it, take an action for the cause without human intervention. So that's something that we can look forward to. And also we have food fraud detection and moving to horizon scanning. We can do a lot of, collect a lot of information based on regulations. We can keep ourselves updated, concerned to the product our F&B is dealing with. They can get updated risk details and things from the horizon scanning. So we have this platform called as DigiComply and LabelWise, which is an AI-based, and we have information from all over the world, and we can get anything related to the product that is of our interest. So this is what I would suggest. Maybe next 5 years, we can see the AI being in action.
I think there's a lot of work between science people, the industry, and of course our IT experts and AI developers. Thank you, Mira. Hessa, what are you looking forward?
Yes. In terms of future of food safety, some of the future that we are seeing, I can see it now in terms of using AI. I understand that most of you think about AI as ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, many platforms of AI. But when you have an AI coming from government, where we feed the information, we put the guidelines, we put all the information, that you will have a trusted source of information. So this is what we're trying to do. So the future of food safety can be in any place, in every household. For example, if you have any question related to food safety, for nutrition, or related to sustainability about food safety, how you can modify or how you can change a certain menu. So you will have, the future is, as I see, you will have access to do this from your phone, from your home, from any place. So this is how. Moreover, the future of, for example, I'm not just covering nutrition and safety, but also the inspection. So inspection will be more AI based or technology based. So inspectors will have more ability to take the right decision on time, and it is more proactive rather than reactive stage. So before, before even the problem occurs, they will have like a risk-based tool to detect that a problem might occur in this area. So take proactive measurements before it happens. So this is how we see food safety in future, inshallah.
Yep, I totally agree. Just recapping on what you said, which I totally agree. Number one is making sure that, the knowledge base of the developments of artificial intelligence will be coming from a credible source, which makes the industry's lives better, instead of going for a certain AI, which go for the whole web. And also, I think it's also the future will also be focusing on the behavior of people, understanding behavior, and that's how to move forward. We cannot move forward with technology without behavior. Thank you, Hessa. Kirill, in terms of the manufacturing, what do we see in the future?
Yeah, on this point of view, I have two answers. First of all, myself. I am a consumer, by the way, yeah. And of course, I prefer to see what exactly I'm eating, what exactly present on a chocolate bar, which I would like, and so on. And of course, I want to, if I would like to have information, I want to do it easy, based on government side or production side, doesn't matter. But yeah, I would. And I hope it will, in nearest future, we will have this ability to have this information. And other answer, it's from engineering purpose, or engineering view. So in the future, our world, it's a growth, and so we every year we have new consumer. Every year our population grow, and unfortunately we will continue to have some issues with allergy, with some other issues. And by the way, it will be better to prevent some risk, to eliminate some risk, than to make some auditors questions for company who produce. So if company will think about how to eliminate the risk, not just reduce, and it will be better. And I hope it's our future from engineering view.
As we said earlier, Kirill, inshallah, it's going to happen
Inshallah,
very soon. Ahmed, what are you optimistic about the next upcoming years?
I believe we will give confidence and promise to the consumer. We will continue developing the product and cooperate with the different entity, mainly in regulations, to simplify the language of labeling and the information the customer is looking for. Whatever today we might see it difficult, I'm sure the developer of intelligent and software engineers and Internet of Things, they will help us to bridge the gap between the manufacturing and the consumer. We will keep developing, we will keep pushing to meet the customer specification.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you. I think we will all agree that it's a balance of developing technologies, but again, understanding the needs of our consumers. And with that, I would like to close by saying that the true future of food safety, nutrition, and sustainability lies not only in smarter technology, but in the trust we build, where awareness, innovation, and responsibility come together to protect every plate. Thank you, everybody. Are we entertaining questions? Do we have any questions from the audience? Do we have any questions with our amazing panel members? Nope. So if none, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, panel members. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thanks to our moderator. Having your boss on the same panel you're moderating is not easy. So well done. That was a first. This is leading us to our very final panel of the day, and concluding with it is a very interesting talk about packaging. Check this, in 2025, so this year alone, the sustainable packaging market was estimated at over 300 billion USD, and it's expected to nearly double over the next decade. At the same time, packaging is now also still responsible for 40% of global plastic waste. Yet, less than 10% of plastic packaging is actually made from recycled material. These data show us the importance of focusing on smart packaging, not only in driving consumer demand, but also in boosting quality, cost, and delivering better products. So let's welcome our expert panels who are going to discuss rethinking the package, sustainable and intelligent packaging innovation for tomorrow's market. I'm going to welcome the Director of Marketing and R&D at Al Ain Farms, Milana Boskovic. Welcome, good to see you again, Milana. And the Chief Editor, Packaging MEA, Benjamin Daniel. And they'll be joined with the Director of Zubairi Group, Adnan Zubairi. And this panel will be moderated by the Director of APCO, Mathilda Saad. Welcome. And here is your timer at the left, and I please remind you to keep the microphone close to you when you speak.
Good afternoon, all. I know it's been quite a while, and I know you might be tired, so we'll try to keep it active and wrap up on a positive note. We started with packaging, and packaging is important to the FMCG and the F&B world. It's not just about protecting and safety of food. It's not just about appealing to consumer. It's not just only about safety. It's also become a sustainability and an innovation product. With that being said, I'm going to start addressing a question to all of my panelists here. And we started with interesting data about packaging. Is it today considered sustainable, or do we have a lot to do? Milana?
Sustainability? Yeah, I think it's better now. So thank you for raising the topic, and I think it's very important to discuss that today in order to create solutions for tomorrow. What we see that there are certain strides and initiatives implemented in the packaging. However, it's a long journey ahead for all of us. Why this is important today is primarily three reasons. There is a raising consumer voice globally and also in UAE. We've seen that 80% of population is already looking for sustainable options and a food that is better usable and disposable. Secondly, there is a regulatory landscape that is changing. We see it in the initiatives like the ban on the single-use plastic. We see it in the net zero strategy, in the food waste strategy that is to be implemented by 2030. And that is something that we believe will continue to evolve and develop. And thirdly, for us in Al Ain Farms Group, it is our internal moral compass. We believe that the companies must go beyond profitability only and take a more ethical and responsible role on same. All that being said, it means that packaging is making strides, however, long journey and a challenge that we will not solve overnight. However, we must start today in order to create solutions for tomorrow.
Yeah. Ben?
Thank you, Matilda. And yeah, I can completely agree with Milana, all the points that you just mentioned. I'd like to just add from a converting standpoint when it comes to packaging as a sustainable product. So yes, there's quite a bit of innovation, there's quite a bit of work that's been done to make packaging more sustainable in terms of making it lightweight, in terms of making it compostable or recyclable. So all that is being started. Quite a bit of work is already going on in the downstream side, I would say, quite a lot. And brand owners are really walking their talk when it comes to achieving their carbon neutral targets for 2030, 2028. They're really working towards that, although there are quite a lot of challenges, but still that's definitely happening. But what I would say is like we are in a journey now, right? So we are all in a journey, but this destination is quite a bit to cover, but the action is already happening, and together, all the stakeholders, brand owners, converters, machine manufacturers, technology providers, recyclers, everybody is playing their part. Coming together and really working together is happening, but it has to happen even more aggressively, or rather much more in detail, to make sure that it's more viable. That's the work that's happening as we speak. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, sustainability is really happening, and in this country, especially in the Emirates, we see a lot of work happening, which is really commendable.
Adnan, you guys do.
Yeah, thank you, Matilda. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for staying back this late in the day. My name is Adnan Zubairi. I am the partner at Zubairi Packaging, one of the local manufacturers for packaging products. To address your question of where are we on the sustainability factor when it comes to packaging, have we arrived there yet? No. Are we in the right direction? Yes. We've been in the UAE for the past 17 years, and from where we started to where we are now as a packaging manufacturer, there has been a huge change in the way packaging is perceived. There's a lot of awareness from the producers, from the agencies, the brands, as well as the consumers. So I think all of us are in the right direction towards sustainability in packaging, but certainly I believe there's a lot more that we need to do collectively.
Thank you all. Benjamin, since we're talking about sustainable packaging, how can we explain it and simplify it? Because a lot of people tend to use sustainability in its broad terms, right? And what do you think are the main challenges that the industry face to shift towards sustainable packaging?
Very good question, Matilda. I think sustainability is part of the complete value chain, whether it's food or beverage or luxury or non-food packaging, and all the areas of products that are being produced and needs packaging. Sustainability is becoming, it's no more a choice. It's definitely it's imperative. Everybody has to have that. But coming to your point of sustainability, we need to make sure there's a closed loop when it comes to sustainability, right from the design of the product. You have to make sure that the product is designed for circularity, and it has to be produced with all the material science and all the product structure meeting the requirements of the product that you're packing. In this case, when it comes to food and beverage, we have to make sure a lot of quality standards in terms of shelf life, in terms of migration properties, barrier properties, all of that are met to make sure that the product meets those requirements without compromising on the sustainable credentials, right? That's on one side. So moving forward, after the product is produced, we have to make sure it's also on the shelf with a very good shelf impact, right? So as a publication, Packaging EMEA, that's what we do. So we engage with all these stakeholders, brand owners and converters and machine manufacturers. We find so many challenging areas where they come out with solutions to make sure that it meets the requirement. So on the shelves, the product is accepted by the consumer, and then finally when it's finished, and when it comes to post-consumer, that's the main part when it comes to collecting and sorting and bring it back in the value chain. So to close the whole loop, it has to be designed and brought back, the life cycle analysis. The whole thing to put together is the biggest challenge, which people are working towards in this country and across the region. Work has really started in an active way. And to sum it all, I think what needs to do is collaboration. And that's what is happening, which I'm very happy to see.
Thank you. Milana, we know that it's an ecosystem that is changing at a very fast pace. So where does innovation sit in the sustainability world? How can innovation help with sustainability?
Well, I believe in vicinity in examples in Europe who has developed EU regulation much more practically, more advanced than we are yet to, just embarking on the journey. There is no one solution that fits all. So before we talk about radical change in the packaging, we have to account that this is massive fear of the industry undertaking that risk. So before we go into radical changes, we have to take a phased approach. which primarily relies on reduction, reduction, reduction. So we can collectively reach to a point that us as manufacturers, regulatory landscape development, reach to a point that we can educate the consumer of the change that has happened. Secondly, there are certain initiatives in reduction that we are already undertaking. So it is about testing what works best in terms of the overall ROI, consumer acceptance, because Ben rightly mentioned, consumer will not accept the product if it is not delivering overall product quality, freshness, visually look and appealing. Certain initiatives like RPET that we are testing, for example, in egg trays, that has become a big topic in the net zero strategy. Then we can look at introducing more paper. However, paper is a challenge. As we introduce more paper, we cut more trees. So it has to be a balance between the two. And thirdly, it is about reducing the multi-use materials to less components or singular materials. In practicality, for example, we have had certain packaging 3 or 4 layers. Now it goes to reduction to a single-use layer, which significantly reduces the ecological footprint and reduces the operational handling logistic. Thirdly, it is developing the overall innovation lies in finding intelligent solutions to do things, doing all things in a new way. So for us, it's all about developing local capability, working with local manufacturers, sourcing, producing for the finished product, so it doesn't impact the cost and it doesn't burden the consumer on their pockets.
Thank you, Milana. Adnan, from a manufacturer of packaging, is there any, how do you see innovation impacting sustainable packaging?
I think the biggest innovations currently that are happening purely from a manufacturing standpoint revolve around the recyclability and also how we can use, as Milana was saying, a single grade of single family or single origin of product to make the packaging. That way, recyclability becomes efficient. Since earlier in the day, there used to be a composite of different materials, so you will not be able to efficiently recycle them. But these days, there's a lot of adoption from the brands, like Unilever has committed to make 100% of their packaging recyclable. So that's one of the biggest drivers. And also innovations like chemical recycling, for example, especially food-grade chemical recycling. That's also another innovation that's driving sustainability these days. Plus the commitment from the brands, I think that's also another big catalyst that drives this.
We hear among the circles about intelligent packaging. We kept on hearing it throughout the day today. But Benjamin, do you think intelligent packaging has any impact on sustainable packaging, and what is the role that it plays in that?
Absolutely. I agree with you on that, because sustainability and intelligent packaging, they work hand in hand. I feel intelligent packaging is an enabler for sustainability when it comes to the simple QR codes that we find, which has the details of the product, right from chain of custody to all the data that's required, that's part of the product that you're packing. These are the simple ones. The advanced ones could be sensory advances in terms of temperature, in terms of shelf life extension. The consumer can get a lot of information through an intelligent packaging structure that's been formed. So I think instead of keeping it as a standalone as intelligent packaging, I feel sustainability packaging is really getting a lot as an enabler from intelligent packaging, and that's growing. And moving into the production space, we see intelligent packaging also helps quite a bit to make sure how you measure and make sure that it gives you a lot of information to make sure you don't have any loss in terms of material waste. It gives a lot of data where you can enhance your productivity, and it works very closely as an enabler for sustainability. That way it really helps in the carbon footprint. Not directly, but indirectly it helps a lot, I would say.
If I can just add on intelligent packaging, because sometimes we talk about intelligent packaging only about QR codes and sensory panels and traceability of information, but we do forget the functional side of the packaging. So talking about intelligent packaging, that also means it still needs to remain ergonomically usable for the consumer. It needs to retain formats consumer want in terms of daily consumption, especially in our fresh dairy product categories. for example, milk or juice, it has to retain that look and feel that they are used to it. So that's why sometimes we cannot use so many materials that are maybe made from compost, but consumer will never accept it because they just don't look pretty. So there has to be a way to grow toward the capability to improve upon the visual delivery, but still have that non-toxic usability and disposable functionality of the material.
You brought up a very important topic, which is about packaging and its use, right? So there's been one of the, what we hear is that most sustainable materials do not provide the protection and the quality or the preservation or shelf life required for the F&B sector. And that can cause a damage or that could cause food waste. How would you address this issue? Benjamin, would you like to have a go at this?
Want me to take that? Certainly, that's a fantastic question. When it comes to material science and packaging, it's very, very important, especially for the food industry, food and beverage industry. You need to produce a product which is innovative, otherwise it's not going to be accepted by the consumer. It should be something standing out on the shelf. That's number one, most important thing, which is the material innovation. Okay, when it comes to the shelf impact, that's on one side. But the most important thing when it comes to food packaging is you have to make sure, like I said earlier, it has to have all the credentials of making sure the food that you're packing is safe. It's having a longer shelf life because that's very important when it comes to food. And number three, the most important thing is it also has to make sure that it's commercially viable. You can have a very good product which is having a good shelf impact. You can also have a product which is having a long shelf life, but if the consumer doesn't like to pay that extra money for that, there's no sense. So I feel commercial viability is a very key factor when it comes to material innovation. Along with that, you also have to design it intelligently to make sure the consumer gets all the information, like we discussed about intelligent packaging, all those elements. Today's consumer, we saw some examples outside of GS1 where the product is we can get all the information about the product. So that's a very good example where it kind of has a very good shelf impact. It's got a good sustainable material. At the same time, it's also intelligent. So I think it's a combination of all these things. It's very important. Yeah.
So we talk about cycles in general, and we talked about shelf life, and that leads me to the next question, which is the end-of-life challenge. Adnan, we know that the effectiveness of sustainable packaging is very much dependent on the infrastructure, on the availability of local recycling and composting infrastructure. Do we have enough of these in the UAE and in the region, and how would you address it as a business, or how do you actually address it today as a business?
So I think this is really important as this question hits home in the UAE. You're asking about the specific infrastructure availability. There are different emirates here, and I think recently the EPR, the Extended Producer Responsibility, has been mandated by Abu Dhabi in collaboration with Tadweer, the recycling processing company of Abu Dhabi. And then we see BIA from Sharjah. They have a massive infrastructure where they are converting the waste to energy. And their commitment is to make up to 90% of waste converted into energy. Even in Dubai, we have companies like Fars who are also working on converting the waste to energy. So the infrastructure in the current times is really good, but given the Emirates' way of functioning, they are constantly evolving and trying to be the leaders globally. So I've read about commitment from different Emirates up to the tune of $4 or $5 billion towards enhancing the existing infrastructure. So I think 2030 is the timeline they have set up for building and getting at par with all of these. So I think we're looking at good times ahead. As a manufacturer, to add to your second part of the question, what do we do? About 50% of the capacity that we produce, we have built in-house recycling facilities where we recycle up to 50% of our total installed capacity. So we, on our part, as a manufacturer, are committed to enhancing this further and recycle as much as local waste that we can.
You've started your own recycling facilities, and you kind of recycle 50% of the plastic that you produce.
That's correct. But that's mechanical recycling. I think what is required in the UAE is, I believe, to date, I don't see major players doing the chemical recycling. But that's the innovative practice that has been in place in Europe, in certain parts of North America as well. So I think it's not going to be very long the day when we start seeing some food-grade chemical manufacturers come up locally to address that.
We were having a conversation with Benjamin earlier, and he was always saying that there's always two ways to get things done, a carrot or a stick. And so usually the stick, which is putting rules, putting regulations that kind of enforce a certain behavioral change, is always welcome. On that note, and a lot of the industry brands have been working with a lot of local associations on what we call the EPR, the Extended Producer Responsibility. And there is a pilot EPR that has been launched in UAE. How can regulation make sustainable packaging mainstream?
You want me to take that? Okay, thank you. I'm so proud to see what's happening in the UAE when it comes to EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. We have Sarah Jackson sitting here from CPA. She has been driving this from CPA standpoint, and so many other stakeholders together. They've done a wonderful job, I would say, together in bringing this pilot project together. And it's something which we all are looking forward to see really action finally happening. I wouldn't say finally, in a very fast pace they've done this. CPA was formed just a couple of years back, and now within these 2 years, they've done so much to bring the whole industry together. Many stakeholders have come together, and they're working towards this. And I think it's something which we all have to support. As the food industry, all of you as brands and manufacturers should also have an important role in this, because EPR is practical. This happened in North America, in Europe, and many other mature markets. EPR is a practical solution which can be implemented and taken into effect, and we can practice that. All of us as brands and converters, we can do that. And we are looking forward to see how the numbers and all the report and data that comes in. So let's work towards that. I think it's not going to be easy. Let me say that it's not going to be easy. It's easier said than done. But I think if all of us play our part, we all have a part. As a manufacturer, as a brand owner, he's got a part to play. And likewise, when it comes to designing a product for recycling, he has to make sure that each product a brand owner comes out in the future is 100% ready for recycling or compostable or whatever, sustainable. So that is imperative for a brand owner to take up. And they're working on it. Likewise, converters, they are working. They have the best technologies in place now when it comes to, as Adnan was mentioning, about monomaterial in flexible packaging. A lot of converters are investing in millions of dollars worth of machines which can come out with a monomaterial, let's say PE, polyethylene as a product. You can produce a product which is 100% collected and recycled, just like PET, how you can easily make a PET as a rPET, because there's a single family. Likewise, PE, polyethylene also can be done using machine direction orientation, MDO-PE. We can do that. So machine manufacturers and converters are doing their part, and brands are doing their part. And I should really commend a few handful of recyclers in this country who are really taking it, much more than what is expected from them. They are really waiting for feedstock, for more material to come for recycling. I think everybody's playing their part, and the government, MOCA, and everybody, CPA in particular, they're all work. I think we all have to join hands together, and this EPR will really be a reality in the UAE.
But I want to go back to the mainstream. How can you make it mainstream? What are the pillars, or what are the given that needs to be in place to actually, for EPR to become mainstream? So if you look at the pillars, we talk about collection, we talk about recycling, we talk about the source itself. So what do you think is required to make it mainstream?
I take that. Okay. When it comes to EPR, there are two important elements. Okay, so one is enabling it and making sure that you're closing the loop and making sure the product is coming back as a from the value chain to be reused, and we're producing that. At the same time, it has to be commercially viable. Today we are talking about, let's not go into the numbers, but there's quite a bit of gap between a recycled product, which is much expensive as compared to a virgin material. It's lopsided as we speak now. There should be some kind of a balance. So like I said, when we're discussing outside, sustainability cannot be sustainable unless it's commercially sustainable. It has to be a commercial viability should be there for sustainable product. So as a consumer, let me take an example. Let's consider this is a rPET bottle and this is a virgin PET bottle. This is glass, I know, but I'm just giving an example. This is PET and this is rPET. So as a consumer, as a PET product, when I see on the shelf, it's clear, crystal clear. I can see the water. It attracts me, and it gives every elements that I need. And I mean, as a consumer, I like to pick it up. But here is the rPET, which is equally good, no doubt. The label is equally good, but it's not as transparent as this because it's not a virgin material. It's got some, dark, little bit of tint onto it. So I get a doubt. But if it is FDA approved, and if it is having a regulation from the government, which they're working now, and people will have no option but to pick this up because it's equally good. People have a phobia because they don't know that rPET is food grade now. So once people know this, they will definitely take this. But going back to the question of commercial viability, we have to make sure that we support the industry to make sure that recycled material or sustainable material is commercially viable for the brand owner and for the converter and manufacturer. And we cannot pass this on to the consumer because consumer is not going to pay you anything extra for something which is sustainable. They are ready to pay a very small amount if it's a premium product because they're educated, no doubt. But we have to make sure that the whole value chain closes and make sure that it is commercially viable.
If I may just further add to what Ben was mentioning about the rPET, I've seen that Alain has already adapted to making rPET water bottles in addition to the regular ones. Maybe they should consider moving fully to rPET. Anyway, so what he was saying about having a commercial viability for the recycled materials, I think it comes from building more infrastructure towards the availability of good quality of recycled materials. So for example, tomorrow if Alain wants to transition all their PET bottles to recycle, I doubt if they will be able to get that much available raw material, good quality of rPET, which is food grade. So I think, a lot of emphasis can be done towards building that local infrastructure so that we're not dependent on procuring high quality of recycled materials.
I agree. I fully agree with you on this. Yes, it's very important to make sure that feedstock availability is very, very important when it comes to rPET. And work is in progress. I would say it's like I said in the beginning, it's still a challenge. I think it's improving, and there are many recyclers coming in to make sure that there's improvement in the feedstock. Yeah,
that's right.
Can I just add on this? I think you fired us up with this question because it raises a lot of discussion. So I think it's a part of a more broader discussion because packaging and responsible production schemes and recycling, it's only one piece of a puzzle. Packaging itself and the overall end cycle management lies as a part of a broader agenda of sustainability, which also touches upon the overall resources, usability, and input material. Primarily for us in manufacturing food, it is about water and electricity. So energy is key for sustainability. So we need to think of ways how to improve upon that part. Because today it is an investment in solar panels, water recycling, similar biomanure, similar sources. However, it's a long-term investment that will become the key of the tomorrow, which means that we will be able to reduce proportionally the cost we invest towards sustainability by using resources that are now a byproduct or a waste. And that will help us carry some of the cost related to sustainability. And the cost of sustainability is maybe the primary reason why people don't pay much attention too much to responsibility and production schemes. So it's about the overall supply chain matrix that needs to happen, rethinking the value and chain.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to use the term consumer behavior, but I'm going to address it from two different angles. Adnan, when I talk to you consumer, you also think about your the businesses that are your consumers. Milana, I tell you consumer, you think about them, consumer themselves. So the question is one, but I think I need your help in addressing it from two angles, from actually the consumer, as in the businesses that purchase the packaging material, and consumer from the actual end consumer to which we sell the product to. So do you think consumers care about sustainable packaging?
Can I go first? I think they do care, but they're not ready to pay the cost of it. So we cannot work in isolation without having them in mind. And we should have as our primary responsibility to maintain the cost at similar rate and not to pass that burden on them. For example, taking initiatives in reducing materials for us has left us also without any kind of burden on bottom line. It has improved our operational efficiency, but we are not at the level that we are completely sustainable now, 100%. So we don't know yet what will be the impact on the business. So we need to work smartly by investing in the overall circular matrix, how we can manage cost on one side in order not to increase the cost on the other side. Sustainability should not be a burden, and a consumer should not feel it's a burden, but be more of a proactive player in preserving the environment and the planet. Secondly, there is a lot that needs to happen with the regulatory landscape before we go to consumer, and us as an industry taking a commitment and a mandate to become sustainable, because we cannot expect one company to lead efforts and others to stay in the same area. It has to be a collective effort by the industry that is managed also by a changed regulatory landscape.
You brought up a very important topic, and you said the consumer does not need to feel it. But we realize today that when we talk about the consumer in general, we say that they champion purpose, so if sustainability is something they champion or it's a purpose they believe in, do you think they're willing to pay a premium for sustainable packaging?
From my perspective, it should not be a premium on sustainability. Currently, yes, in the as-is scenario, because it is very much outside the industry norm. However, if it becomes a commitment that we will all undertake, it will not be a premium.
So to address your question of should the consumer be paying, or are they willing to pay an extra? Am I too loud? Sorry. So are they willing to pay something extra for sustainability, right? Let's just make it a little attractive. We have a crowd of audience here. Maybe if I can just get a raise of hands on who is willing to pay 5% extra or 10% extra for buying something which is more sustainable. Can I just have a show of hands? So at least half of the people around the room are willing to pay extra. So we have a live example here. But at the same time, I think as a brand or as a manufacturer, it's a risk that we wouldn't want to take. So it's imperative that we are able to deliver the same quality with a more sustainable tangent to that at the same price. So I think this is where if I'm talking from a brand standpoint, this is where the consumer behavior will tilt towards your brand. If I'm having 2 water bottles, the quality and everything remains the same, but one is more sustainable than the other, and I don't have to pay anything extra. I think this in itself is an incentive for me to buy that. So yeah, whoever raised their hands, you don't need to pay an extra for sustainable packaging, but at the same time, when you find something which is more sustainable, I would encourage you to continue doing that.
I just want to add one point to what Adnan just mentioned. That statistics that we see with people, more than half of the hall, people raising their hands for going for a product that's sustainable, paying that extra value. That is so true because, as Packaging MEA, we did a market research last year with another research organization between Saudi Arabia and the UAE. With more than 300 consumers at retail space, and the figures are very astounding, like more than 59% the UAE and 60% in Saudi Arabia, slightly more in Saudi Arabia. They were very well aware that sustainable packaging is we need to invest in that. They were more interested in taking something that's sustainable. But again, coming to the point, are they willing to pay extra? Not everybody. Right now, okay, let's honestly agree. Maybe 20, 30%, 40%. Because we all know what is a sustainable packaging, we lifted up our hands. But there's a lot of other people who look at the product and they instantly take something which is a little more commercially attractive. Okay, going back to the practicality of that, I feel when sustainable structures are really developed and there's a good ecosystem, feedstock increases, volumes increase, and I feel the production cost will come down. As the volume increases, the price will have some kind of a balance, I feel so.
So a follow-up, do you think sustainability is a positive element to engage customers on, or is it just a green, there's some people, and I will air quote it here as in greenwashing. Do you really think that that customers want to engage in sustainability as a topic or as a pillar?
Absolutely, yes. I've seen in the survey I mentioned 80% of UAE consumers are looking for sustainable options. In Europe is already there, much higher. I would say that, again, it's no longer a choice. It's a mandate we must undertake because resources are scarce. And again, we have to take responsible role for society to make strides and to improve our operations and to reach to a point that we do offer better solutions for tomorrow.
Okay.
Anything to add?
Sorry, I'm lost.
I didn't get that question well. Sorry, there's a bit of a back.
I'm a little
Can you?
lost.
We didn't get that question well. Can you repeat that question?
No, I'm saying, do you think the question was, is it important for consumers, or is it just a brand narrative that consumers don't care about? Would they engage with you on sustainable packaging as a topic, or is it just they assume that this is just a narrative that is irrelevant to them?
Is this for brand owners that you're asking?
From a brand perspective, yes.
From a brand perspective, absolutely, because I think brand owners are the key drivers of this sustainable initiative. In fact, that's where the origin, the product starts from there. They are the real starters of this, and that's why design for recycling becomes so very important. And I think brand owners are driving this with the value stakeholders all put together. I think it's very important that brand owners are initiating this process in the beginning, and we as downstream, when it comes to converters, when it comes to machine manufacturers, suppliers, we are all supporting them to make it happen. I think the brand owner is the driver. He's king. I would say the brand owner is the king in this story.
Just to add further on the brand side of you, I think the consumer in today's world is well aware of the sustainability. There's like widespread awareness, and certainly there is a preference, especially when you travel in the Western world. You see even the products on the shelf, they're marked separately if they're made of 100% recycled content. So the brands are positioning that on the forefront as a value proposition. Like how, take an example of sugar-free products or something which is healthy. So in the same lens, even sustainability or recyclability in the packaging is being advertised by brands far and wide. So this certainly is driven by the consumer behavior and preferences. So that goes on to show that there is awareness and there is preference towards something which is more sustainable.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question to wrap this amazing panel discussion. I wish we had more time, but we can continue once we're done. We've heard about the future, and in previous sessions, we're talking even on AI from a future perspective, but I'm going to more focus on sustainable packaging. Should we be confident about sustainable packaging? And let's put a time frame to it. 5 years from today, how do you foresee sustainable packaging in this region?
I definitely believe we should be confident because UAE has its own way of doing things. We take the best global practices, but we twist them even in a better way locally. The change is real and it is happening. We see it from consumer point of view, we see it from the manufacturing point of view, and regulators are enabling it. So all three sides are coming together to advocate for the change. I believe that if I'm in this panel 5 years from here, we will see very much changed portfolios with disposable, recyclable, eco-design principles applied, and we'll be having some other topics to discuss.
Thank you, Milana.
Brilliant. I would definitely agree with what Milana said, and I would like to phrase it with three important words as takeaways: infrastructure, availability, and affordability. Infrastructure is very, very important for us to make sure that there's a very good infrastructure that's been formed. And along with that, this availability, what I mean is the alignment of the brand owners, converters, and manufacturers together. They all have to be aligned together. And finally, it should be affordable. So that's how in the next 5 years, I think we can, in fact, I don't want to say 5 years, it can be probably slightly faster than 5 years. We can, if this is accomplished, these 3 points are accomplished, I think we can close the loop much more before 5 years.
Inshallah. Inshallah, as we say.
I think I'm not just confident, I'm 100%. If I could place a bet on the future of sustainability, I would do that right away, because as a manufacturer, we see that growing demand coming in from all corners, from brands, from retailers for that matter. So this is a movement that has already started. The juggernaut has started to roll. So in the next 5 years, I see UAE, especially the way I've seen this country up and close over the past 17 years, with EPR coming into play this year in July, I am 100% confident UAE is going to far overtake the rest of the world in terms of sustainability, and especially when I see that it's a government-backed initiative and the consumer here is so much well aware and so diverse. So 100%, I believe UAE is going to be at the forefront globally in terms of sustainability, in packaging especially, and otherwise as well.
If you allow me, I just want to mention one more quick point, because sustainability is so active in our country without regulation, legislation really having its role, except for the single-use plastic ban which is coming. But there's so many other regulation, compliance, and policies which are still yet to come, but still people are really taking it proactively. That is such a wonderful thing. Brand owners, converters, machine manufacturers, recyclers, they're all investing, not expecting big returns immediately. They're looking for the future, and they're also already doing it. One small example, just as an example, I'll tell you, we do this awards every year called Prime Awards for packaging. We have 3 or 4 categories for sustainable packaging, and the number of entries that we get for sustainable packaging, whether it's in carton-based, corrugated-based, flexible packaging, or labels, it's increasing every year. So that's a very good measure or yardstick for us to see how sustainability is being adopted by brands and also by converters. And that's a very good, 5 years, as you're asking me this question, I feel we will be in a very good level comparing ourselves with mature markets like North America and Europe.
I think our time is up, so I would really like to thank our panelists for an interesting conversation. Thank you to the Future Food platform to allow us to have these discussions, and I hope we take this discussion beyond the stage and continue talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. If you're still here, it's towards the end of the day, and that means you're very, very passionate about this topic. You're an industry insider, or you're one of the organizers. I'm delighted that we've made it to the end of day 2 of the 7th annual Future Food Series 2025. Before I get to bid you farewell, he does a better wrap-up job than I do. He puts in perspective everything that we have seen and mentioned when it comes to milestones, be it the UAE food cluster and what we've heard and discussed on day 1 and day 2. The last time I introduced him on stage, he surprised everyone with a video showing a wonderful teamwork of a whole orchestra and a symphony, only to make a point on the importance of collaboration and team effort. I don't know what he will do today to do a wrap-up. Please welcome again, I hope you know that I'm about to introduce you. Please welcome again the chairman of the UAE Food and Beverage Manufacturers Block, Saleh Louta. Microphone handheld, you want? Yes. Can we have a handheld? I can lend you mine, but it's attached. Here you go.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to the team who put this together, to the speakers, to the sponsors, to the stakeholders, to the people who've been able to support us and make it a reality. It's really, I do believe that this event this year, it's a revolution and it's transformations for our food sector in the UAE. Because of the number of people who participated, because of the passionate people who've been putting the agendas, the discussions. And I was discussing with my colleague just now that it is rarely finding such brains from all the stakeholders, government, private sector, entrepreneurial, sitting in one room discussing major topics and going deep in discussing solutions, initiatives, a project. We are really lucky of having this ecosystem. And as I said in the initial, this is a marathon race, not a sprint race. So whatever we come out from this discussion, the objective is not the event. The objective is what comes after the event. What initiatives we will be taking with us, what project we will be launching, what discussion will be going with government to really streamline and create this strong ecosystem as we explained. And as you know, many MOUs being signed in these 2 days, many projects being announced. But the most important thing, which is very close to my heart, is what we are launching in this edition. Can anybody tell what is that? It's the Cluster Champion Award. That is the most important initiative we are taking this year, because this award will be the driver of every stakeholder to align with the visions of the cluster. And as I said, this will be big, and we will be putting all our efforts to make this award one of the most important global awards for companies who are really driving this sector forward. I really thank you for being with us until the end of this event, and promise you, inshallah, next year will be bigger, better, and more impactful. Thank you all.
I'd like to thank everyone and request for all of you to come forward to have a photograph. It'll be very precious for us for this moment. Thank you.
Yes, sure. you? Yes, thank you. So this is your MC. I want to send a big thank you to not just the organizers and everyone who took part in it, of course, but what I consider to be the soldiers behind the scenes, all the video and the audio, and the photographers taking all the photos and putting everything up on social media. A big, big thank you. And from me and all the team, a big thank you to our mom-to-be, Lakshmi, who is carrying a set of 2 baby twins that I will call the Future Food Series babies, because she's been working all year on this and she's in her 8th month. Lakshmi, big thank you from me to you. I love you. We all love you. The babies are gonna pop any minute, wallah.